Facebook and Kick. Okay, so in theory, hello, you lovely people. With any luck, you are probably seeing that this is now live on YouTube, Facebook, and Kick, whichever one of those platforms works for you. So I will have just a really quick check on another tab for YouTube, because I'm pretty sure I need to manually type the title in for that one. All the others are pretty solid. But welcome on in. This is an art stream. My name is Mikey. We are going to be illustrating... Oh no, it did work. Fantastic. We are going to be illustrating some very flat roughs for the 5 elven priestess maidens that kind of help rule Elvenheim as part of some kind of waifu elf orc dojin universe building stuff I'm doing for, you know, just some stuff I'm working on. Let's make the background a bit more golden and orange. Better. And thank you very much for joining along. I'm primarily live on Twitch, but I can see all you lovely people from the other platforms. And I'm catching up in chat. Somebody just asked me, Mikey, have you... Here we go. There we go, I got it. Mikey, did you get into Frieren? Drake and Fire, I did. I actually really liked Frieren. I liked its rhythm. I finished it, by the way, the anime. I liked its rhythm and its focus. I think it's really sweet for all of the things that she discovers in terms of like friendship and realizing the value of the little moments with other people, because she's clearly on the spectrum, is old Frieren, right? She's you have to be direct of her, let's put it that way. Do you know, have you seen that meme where it's just like, you're not a submissive and you're not a bottom, you're just a bit autistic, and that's why you respond so well to direct women? And it's just kind of like, oh shit, that's kind of true. Women who are considered often dominant or overbearing, who are basically very direct and forward about what they want. I work really well with ladies like that because they just tell me how things should be, and I'm like, okay, yeah. If you tell me something, I can respond to it. If you give me hints, you're going to get very frustrated that I'm not getting hints. So anyway, I quite like that Frieren was kind of... She was having to kind of like actively learn all these relationship bits. And it always had this really bittersweet quality, because every time she realized that she was enjoying these little moments of relating to her party, she was then kind of realizing retroactively that she'd actually missed out on picking up all those moments with her original crew. And so you've got like, by the end of it, like you're just like, you're really kind of into Himmel the hero, right? You're just like, oh man, I really like Himmel. He was actually just such a genuinely good, lovely bloke. And then it's so weird because you skip back and you rewatch the first episode and you just watch him as an old man about to snuff it, and you're just kind of like, oh man. And you realize like all these moments and how much she meant to him, and it's only after he died that she starts to discover how much all those moments meant to her. So it's really bittersweet. I really liked it for that. By the way, Ziozen on Facebook, how you doing? Somebody in Russian on YouTube, Privyet. Botrix as well, guys. I'm mostly on Twitch, but I'm multi-streaming on all the platforms. Welcome on in. Just having a quick catch-up of chat before we start drawing our elven priestess maidens. By the way, these are not... I'm not trying to draw big areolas in here. I've just noticed there's a bit of dusty missing area. Let's just go in and quickly clean that up before someone has a freak out. Ah, there we go. Yeah, for the Elvenheim 5, but more on them in just a moment. So yeah, Frieren I really liked. The bit that made me laugh with Frieren, and I just... Do you know how, like, they say Dragon Ball, the Cell Saga, it basically came into being because it was feedback from Akira Toriyama's editor? He was like, androids 18... Is it 17 and 18? He's like, androids 17 and 18 are going to be the big baddies. And the editor went, what? A couple teenagers? Do better than that. This is a fighting manga. And then he was like, okay, how about this monster bio experiment called Cell? And he was like, he looks like garbage, make him better. So then he designed Imperfect Cell, and he's like, not good enough. And then he designed Perfect Cell, and finally they were like, okay, that looks like a proper bad guy. In a very similar way, I can't help but wonder, Frieren does have a great poker face. In a very similar way, I can't help but wonder if they did that episode of Frieren where they're just like, okay, let's turn it into a party of 4. They've got a magic user, They've got another magic user. They've got a barbarian type. They need to have like a mage and a healer. So then they just brought in this older guy. And then, and then 2 episodes later, it was like, what's the name of that dog from the Itchy and Scratchy? Does anybody remember the name of the dog from Itchy and Scratchy? Because it's like that guy joined the party, and I can only assume that he got really bad fan feedback. That everybody was just like, I don't like this guy. Oh, I don't like this older guy. Stick to the ones that I like. I don't want him in the party. So yeah, so then 2 episodes later, Poochie the healer's just like, okay, sorry guys, I have to go back. My home planet needs me. And he just literally, he's like, I'm part of the team now. And they have 2 episodes of free Aaron, and he's just like, all right, it's time for me to leave. I actually have to go off in this direction. So I'm just like, did like the fans, were they just like, I don't like that guy? Did he start getting death threats or something? Anyway, long story short, yeah, I like free Ed, and it made me laugh. I did kind of quit watching the RPG one though, the MMORPG guy. Pregnant elf. Yeah, she is expecting. Let's zoom out, let's get some tummy. So, I was doing some research on pregnant ladies. So I went down to the maternity ward with a camera. And eventually, after explaining the situation to the police, they let me go. So I just Googled it instead. But if you're drawing ladies that are getting really thick around the tummy, the thickness comes forward, but the thickness comes sideways as well, which is where you get your love handles, right? You grab onto that business. Leave a bruise on a lady. You leave a bruise on a lady by pinching her... Wait, actually, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's information for a different stream. Whereas I've noticed with a lot... obviously, pregnancy has different... Would you believe it has different stages? Listen up, ladies. I'll teach you something. So, like, I notice a lot of the pregnancy stuff is more forward, where the baby is out and forward, and then in a very later stage, everything suddenly starts getting lower. So I'm trying to... what I'm getting at is that a very important thing about with your female character design is the amount of curve and bump you've got with flowing silhouette lines, because it's all about how these curves talk to each other and relate that kind of makes it nice. And so for me, it was how much am I curving out round the thigh before we swing back in over to the bucket of the hips, where we come into that harder curve, and then how much of that is going upwards as part of the side silhouette of the tummy. Like, where is this tummy curve coming in? Is it curving mostly overlapping the thigh on the inside edge like we've got here? I was starting much higher up, and I was having it curve out like a circle, and I was like, that's not the right silhouette. It's not quite working. But we got there in the end, slowly. Obviously, this is just some rough sketches. And then we've got my OC Victoria on the left, back when she was part of the Elvenheim 5. Of course, when she was back in Elvenheim, so she's Victoria in English, but she's something more Elvenish. What's that elf I really like from Lord of the Rings? Not the one I'm in love with, but the other one, Galadriel. So when she's in Victoria time, she's more like Victorielle. That's what we're going to call her when she's in Elvenheim. She's Victoria as an OC, but back when she was a High Maiden, she was Victorielle. Anyway, long story short, let me just catch up in chat. I thought it was when a chat member gets their ball in the right target, it triggers a bunch of Mikeys to flail about all at once. Wait, what? Make sure to grab Mikey's art of Free Aaron in the Discord. Oh, yeah, if any of you guys are subscribed. By the way, has anybody here on any platform got the username Jax on Kick? If you have the username Jax, or Jax something with numbers on Kick, please, for the love of God, check your subscriptions. I opened Kick, and one person has been subscribing to me for months. I'm just like, please, you gotta... I don't know if I can stop them from my end. I will have to look into it. I only just discovered this like half an hour ago when I was opening things up. Anyway, I'll send them some free artwork. But yeah, if you are subscribed or on Patreon, Make sure to grab the Frieren artwork. We did an alternative Frieren piece. I'll show you right now. Thank you very much for the reminder, Fenrir. I just wanted to make her a bit more emo or goth or alternative looking, simply because by the time I got round to drawing Frieren, I'd seen a million versions of other people drawing her, and they were all beautiful. They were really, really lovely. So I was just like, what am I, because I'm currently simplifying my coloring process at the moment. So I was like, what am I going to bring to the plate? So I was like, I have to completely rechange her design in order to bring something fresh. So this is the Frieren that we ended up doing. Where we gave her some tats, dyed the tips of her hair, and just kind of slightly beefed up some opportunities for design work with her little stick, her staff, her mage staff. Is it a staff or a wand? It's a wizard staff, but for a mage. Oh, hey, thank you very much, guys. So yeah, I liked playing around with it because I like that she's like a smaller elf, and I don't always draw smaller body types. So we had a lot of fun, but now we need to come back into my universe of elves and crack on from there. It's amazing he watched the anime and still pronounces her name wrong. Is it not? Frieren. Oh, Frieren-sama. Anyway, Homongchi, thank you very much for vibing in. Volgraza, I see you there. Aurelia, hello. Again, if anybody is still here from Sims's raid, thank you very much. I apologise as I was off making tea. Stream had not started. Sims has been working on a whip. Okay, we'll go with, if we can, we'll try to raid Sims tomorrow or check out the art that he's up to. Can we get another shout out over on Twitch for Sims art, please? My boy! Marek, I see you there. How you doing, man? Work in progress is the point of streaming. It's always work in progress, though. Suzamuf, if you can give me anything in English, that would be amazing. But privyet, nonetheless. Hey, Sailor. How you doing? Vu's art, welcome on in. Magic Luchador, nice to see you. Yeah, I was definitely not there. Sorry, guys. Bechuga, hello. I noticed you ditched halfway through because I was asking you stuff. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Adol. I was like, yeah. I was like, my boy's got Oblivion lock. He knows what he's doing. Oh, yeah, mate. I was a busy boy. I saw the art rewards channel after I asked. Oh, okay. Brilliant. Brilliant, Drake. And nice one. Methode is the best girl. Okay. For anyone who's seen Frieren, is Methode the one with the green hair and the kind of unimpressed looking eye? She's got like a resting bitch face, but she's kind of actually awesome because she is like a psychotic killer, but she's not like an uncontrollable psychotic killer. She will absolutely kill anyone at the opportunity. Is she the one? Like, she will kill you, but only if you give her an opportunity to kill you. She's not like mental. She's just deadly. I'm kind of into it. It's like has anybody ever had a partner that's really, really, really nice to you, and then sometimes really, really, really mean and unkind to everyone else? And like, it is very clearly a red flag, but when you're in the moment, you're just like, oh wow, she's so passionate. Oh, she's so passionate. And she's like, babe, have you got my cigarettes? Yes, darling. And then she goes back to spitting at taxi drivers, just like, wow, this isn't a red flag at all. Anyway, sorry. Getting a bit too particular. Reagan Smith, how you doing, dude? I'm catching up on my Twitch chat, but people on all the other platforms, I can see you. You pop up. So if I do miss anyone, I do apologise. Jovan Caesar, how you doing over on YouTube? I cannot say your name correctly, so don't hate me. But I'm going to say Nguyen Nualong. How you doing? Welcome in on Facebook. Godix on the YouTubes. Hi guys, how you doing? Hope life is good. Regan, how are you? Virok, it is live, Virok. I'm doing a multi-stream, so like, I have like this combined chat, and basically I'm mostly on Twitch catching up before we start drawing. So if it seems like I'm talking to loads of people that you can't see, is Mikey schizophrenic? No, I've got like a chat that's from like loads of different platforms. But Virok, I hope life is good. I learned that lesson the hard way. Oh no, Hoven! Sorry, I didn't mean to get too real. A psycho girl doesn't have enough boob for Ayatollah. Ah, that's a very good point. So who is the one that Ayatollah just mentioned then? It's not the lady who teaches Frieren, who's the student of bad Frieren. It's kind of like a bit of a dick. Mikey, have you read my DMs you told me to send you? Wanda, I've not read them yet. Did you whisper me here? Or was it on Twitter? But thank you very much. I think I probably asked you to remind me about something. So thank you. I'll get to it eventually. You're going to put it on your YouTube? I don't know. What we're doing right now, I'm not sure. Because really what I'm doing is just roughing out some character designs for a adult doujin of some sort. So maybe the time lapses if I end up actually rendering them nicely. But what we've got right here at the moment is just a couple flat roughs so that I've got all of them on lock. So here's Victoria. This one is like the more leader one, who's a bit more kind of Galadriel-esque inspired. So each one of these like 5 like hottie main elf, high elf like wisdoms, they kind of control like the spiritual magic side of things. So this one is like the main leader and she's like the bounty one. So her main, when she siphons the crystal magic, she's using it mostly to make the land of the elves bountiful and have good harvests and low plaque build up. Good, they've all got good gums and low tartar. Victoria, she was the one that was mostly the one that actually traveled around. She was like the Gandalf. So she'd actually travel the lands and she'd be like the eyes and ears for them. This particular pregnant one we're doing... Oh, sorry. Let's zoom back in on that one. This particular pregnant one we're doing at the moment is the one who is... So she has for defense. So she's like the mother that looks after them. This is like more like the theme, not necessarily their character type. So like she can do like the magical physical barrier that physically blocks off Elvenheim. Then the next one we do is the one that's got them. Oh no, sorry. I think this is either the magic one that does a barrier or the magic one that basically means if you're a fey evil creature or mean of heart, you can't actually find it. Like you can follow a map and head into the woods and head towards Elvenheim, and you'll end up walking back out the wrong way. So there's one that does a physical barrier and one that just stops. Mikey, you sound like you live in a gated community. You know, stops the wrong type. You know, the wrong crowd. You know when you're at a party and there's too much of the wrong crowd? Yeah, she stops. You know when you're picking a college for your daughter, but you live in Ohio, so you're keeping an eye out for the... Anyway. So then we've got the last one, who's the LMBT that we worked out. So we'll come back to doing her as well. And she's the one that has the most offensive magic. So if Elvenheim is threatened, she's the one that's firing out. Now, they all can fire crystal energy and use it in different ways. But they all very, very lightly have a particular... what do you call it? When you're tipped towards a certain thing. You know the word I want. Anyway. So who's Methode? Who's Methode? I'm not drawing big areolas. Boo! Yo, Ben Linart. How you doing, man? Good evening. Chris Hare? Welcome. You should draw her. So which one was Methode again? Death to Rainbows, Magic, Draken and Haunter. Just scrolling down. UCM, thank you for the follow. Hiya. Hi, guys. Softy Icy, welcome. I watched the first episode of Fallout today. It's pretty good. Lots of fun Easter eggs. Hey, Kid Ludens. K-Hole is in chat. Okay, is Fallout on Amazon? I think we watched the trailer. Is Fallout being delivered weekly, or is it all available to watch in one go? Wait, who's a flesh mech? Who's a flesh mech? What's a flesh mech? Oh, is that Attack on Titan? Attack on Titan is flesh mechs, right? Question mark? Anyway, I'm glad to hear it's being well received so far. I was hoping for the best for that show. Galadriel and Sadriel. Don't say Sadriel. So she was a mermaid. Wait, what? I think I've heard something. No. I think I've heard something about people referring to fantasy characters. Was it something about unicorns in Game of Thrones actually being mermaids? Or some really weird thing? Oh, your pregnant elf is for flesh mech. Give me those turtles! Get them! That's what the baby's doing. Kiwa 8, hello, very good sir. I'm using Photoshop at the moment. I'd like to learn to use Clip, but I'm still a Photoshop chap. For now. Anwar, how you doing, dude? Mikey, I have a problem with character colouring. Can you explain hair and face colouring? Not in a simple answer that won't take me into a kind of sidetracked universe. However, I have very specifically, that is a good question, by the way, because like I said earlier, I've been simplifying my colouring process. We did Android 18 the other day, and I've used a very simple kind of like cell shaded approach, as if we were essentially kind of going back to doing bright popping just anime figures, but from that cell shaded approach, then actually refining it and getting in more shapes, more design and more colours and stuff. And the reason why I've been suddenly simplifying what I'm doing, Mikey, why is your art so basic again? The reason why I've been trying to simplify it down is so that I can create a little tutorial video where I'm just like, this is how I colour skin at the moment, if you want to keep it quick. Because I tend to spend awfully long in my art pieces, and a lot of what you guys want is a very simple step-by-step solution, but will do at least 80% of the work in 20% of the time. So I don't have an answer for you now, Anwar, but I will have a video for you eventually, soonish, this month, next month. Oh, Methode. Wait, she's not in Free Aaron. She's the... Isn't she the one from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid? All 8 of the episodes are available. Damn. Kale Stark, thank you very much for saying, by the way. And Okitaro, hello there, how you doing? Welcome in, guys. Flesh mechs are pregnant women. Why do you guys have such a degenerate turn for pregos? Sorry. Mikey, they're women. Yes, and I love them all. I like my elves like I like my milkshakes. Thick. Gundam unicorns are a new meta. What are you guys even talking about? Hey, Princess Booby. Did you sketch this out and you're going to put it on YouTube? Fun Girl Fun, welcome on in. So my sketching process right now is literally roughing it out. So this is my new thing that I'm doing when I'm just doing rough stuff like this. Is I'm just doing it on this layer and then careful, and then soft erasing it, and then switching to the sharper version with pressure sensitivity to refine certain lines, and then soft erasing back. So I'm kind of only playing around on like 3 or 4 layers and constantly squeezing out and pushing back in until I've got it just rough enough that we can move on. And that's all we need to do with this, just get her rest of her body shape rough enough so that I can slap a really quick hard color layer, and then we'll do the other 2 as well. Yo Saints, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Super Superior, yes, she is pregnant. Welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you guys are doing beautifully well. My name is Mikey, an illustrator from England. We're chilling out drawing high elf priestesses at the moment. One of them is pregnant, the one that we're doing right now, and we're just vibing. Hi, welcome. What have you been doing this evening, man? Thank you for the raid. You've got to do Lukoa from Kobayashi. So there's the main one, the one that's like a bit more lolly. So I'm probably, although I might like to draw her because she's got a cute design, we can't lewd her. And then there's other characters I've still not come across. Oh no, I have. The last episode I watched was episode 3 or 4 of Dragon Maid, and that's when Quetzalcoatl and the other one are there, right? No, Methode is in Free Aaron. All right, let's have a look. Oh. Huh. she again? Was she the one that could do genjutsu? She could do like hypno magic, and she kind of has she keeps a low profile. No, was she not the one who is mostly about hypnotizing people? Because she hypnotizes. No, Methode is the Ara blonde that hugs Frieren and said she smells nice. But that's the link. I'm looking at the image you sent me in the link. Unless I'm getting my characters confused. No, she does do brain stuff. Mental magic. She does a lot of cold reading. I'd love to see. They need to do a sort of magic universe isekai, where they're just like, we've had to find the greatest magician from the Earth realm to help us defeat the evil Dragon Lord, but they just isekai in like a cold reading street magician. And he's just like, so like he's really good at like convincing the small folk that they've got the right guy, but like when it comes to fighting the dragons, he's like, who's that guy from One Piece? The second most powerful fighter with he's got his danger engine or whatever, but he's the dude who doesn't actually fight. Mate, that's literally Wizard of Oz. It's Darren Brown. King! Yeah, the King engine. So when it comes to the actual fights, he just reverts to being king. You are right, Mikey. Thank you, F-Bag. Thank you for having my back. 1800 psychic. Okay, we just need to get the evil Dragon Lord to come round for a meeting in my Victorian mansion, where me and my stepmother are holding hands around a crystal ball. Please ignore all the soot-covered children who are going to bang the table with a stick from underneath. Flick the lights on and off. A proper 1800s seance vibe. Oh, that'll teach him. It was King. Yeah, King from One Punch Man. Is everybody caught up with the One Punch Man manga? It's not good enough to watch the anime, because I'm not kidding when I say that the quality of the manga is so good. You are missing out if you are not reading it. I very rarely say that. I'm very happy for you to enjoy a story whichever way works for you. I don't mind if you prefer subs or dubs. I prefer subs very strongly, but I have no problem with anyone enjoying dubs. Live your life. But you are genuinely missing out on quality, genuine great quality work if you're not reading the One Punch Man manga. Nisant knows. I am, and it's sick. Oh, it's so good. The Unicorn series of Gundams are arguably the second strongest. Oh, Snowrip. So my Gundam knowledge is my Gundam Curios that we've still not taken out of the box and put together for Gunpla, seeing as that Batmobile took me a million years. You're asking chat if they're all caught up on a manga. Oh, I prefer subs, but I'm lazy and I watch a lot of dubs. So because I do a lot of illustrating, you'd think that I'd put on dubs, but I don't. I put on the subs and then I don't know what's happening. That's it. And I look up and I'm on like episode 5 and I'm just like, who the hell are these people? Ninja Kamui. No, was that the other one on the list? Ninja Kamui. Yeah. Was that the third one? Kamui is the name of the dragon from the heaven. No, Kamui is the name of the dragon of the earth. No, Kamui is the main chosen one, right? From X 1999. And you have to work out if he's actually a good guy or a bad guy by the end. I hate dubs with a vengeance. I do think you're missing out on part of the intention with dubs. But I know a lot of people, like, reading is not gonna make them have a fun time. If they're gonna have to sit there and try to read stuff quickly, it's not their strong point. So if they stick with subs, I get it. I wanted to watch The Passion of the Christ 3 years ago, because I heard it's really good. But I'm not reading subtitles for 3 hours. Oh, Kid Ludens, don't worry, mate. Passion of the Christ is like Oppenheimer. Skip to the end. The only reason why you want to watch Passion of the Christ is to get to the bit where he starts getting tortured before the crucifixion. Just watch him just cut it down to an hour, mate. Just watch him get whipped for a solid 45 minutes on both sides. And then watch him get crucified, mate. All the stuff in the beginning. You know that story. Look, I'll put it this way. Much love to anyone who's Roman Catholic or Christian. I was brought up Roman Catholic, so don't hate me. Basically, it's like another Spider-Man or Batman movie. We don't need to see Batman's parents get shot again, and I don't need to see Spider-Man get bit by another spider. We all get it. So it's just like that, a Passion of the Christ. Skip, mate, skip to the whipping. Straight to the whipping. Look, we don't need to get another story about Jesus and his origin story, alright? We don't need to hear about the early years of Jesus. We know. He put the demon in the pig, he ran the pig off the cliff. We got it. Everyone knows it. Get straight to the whipping. Straight to the good stuff, mate. Nobody's waiting for Jesus Year One. Christopher Nolan movie. No, don't worry about it. CJ, how you doing, man? I finally caught you live. Hey, CJ, welcome in, dude. How's life treating you? I'm a big fan of the assets. I got you. They should have made the sequel, Passion of the Christ 2. This time it's personal. Official zombie movie. You sound like English is your native language. Wait, did you think that we'd dub our Star Wars to Finnish? No, because we're not savages. Oh, Snow Rip. So, is Finnish cinema mostly American or English? Which is simplified English. Straight to the elf plot. Oh yeah. Steampunk Witch Caldera. How you doing? How you doing, gorgeous thing? Wie geht's du? Welcome. Steampunk, I'm on multiple platforms right now. I'm live streaming from different angles, but I should probably start working as well. I finally just had a little catch up with you lovely people. So on this particular file, we've got just this rough bit and this kind of bit that I'm scratching on top. But I'm keeping both layers because it's just an overall rough vibe. So, yeah, let's just start soft erasing a few things. So I'm actually just soft erasing to take these really soft sketch lines and actually just also make it feel like they're finished decisions. But overall, yeah, we're just sitting pretty. So what about you guys? What are your plans for the weekend? Anybody doing anything pretty cool? Watching any films, anime? Excuse me. So, to everyone who's read the Mistborn trilogy, I'm currently about 3/4 of a way through the Hero of the Ages, the third one. I was laughing because, like, in that book, no specific spoilers, but in that book, they're just like, Ruin would appear to people and try to trick them. And Ruin has this new ability to give people powers, but by giving them the powers, he increases their control over them. And this would be like a little bit of a pre-chapter epilogue, like somebody's reading after the fact. Little did we know, at the time of the Great Dawn Age, Ruin was appearing to many of our heroes. And so you'll read that and be like, oh, Ruin was appearing to people and he could deceive them and he was giving them extra powers. And then the chapter will cut straight to Spook. And Spook will just be like, wow, I can't believe I'm the only person who can see Jesus. He's literally just like, I'm talking to Jesus right now. Jesus is talking directly to me, and Jesus gave me extra powers. I'm the new Jesus. I'm the best guy ever. And Spook's like a lovely guy, and you're reading it, and you're just like, I'm not feeling very confident about this one, Spook. Spook, my boy. I cannot believe that I'm literally talking to the dead, and they're all telling me how good it is that I'm killing people. This is amazing. It's literally constantly just like, kill them. That's all that's going on in his head. Kill them now. But I really like that because it really ties Elin's brother back into the whole thing and his sanity, as well as actually how good of a guy the Lord Ruler might have been this whole time. Hashtag the Lord Ruler did nothing wrong. I never thought I'd get there. So yeah, so I was really enjoying that. The old Finnish dubs of Children's Snows ruined dubs for you. Oh, really? Haruko from Fuli Kuli. Wait, Reiko, is that your favourite waifu? CJ, I'm practicing hand drawing. Can I show my drawings? Can I let you judge? CJ, not from YouTube, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, we're, like, even though I can read the YouTube chat... Oh, hey, Miracle, Hall as well, welcome in. Talking about those YouTubers. Although I can read the YouTube chat, I'm not actually in YouTube. I'm using technology, so I'm actually over in Twitch. Sorry, bro. If you want to hop into my Discord, though, dude, I really wish it was discord.com/MikeyMegaMega. Come to Twitch. Come to Twitch and get my Discord link, and you can put your artwork in there if you want us to look at it. My Twitch was acting up. Oh, hey, no worries, no worries. Thank you to any of you guys for viewing this on any of the platforms it's streaming. I really do appreciate it. I work very slowly, especially when I'm talking to you guys, when I'm mostly just chilling out than actually stressing about art right now. But, that being said, thanks for vibing. Let's get some bits done. The only reason I'm lightening these little edge bits up is because I might just put them back in as blue in a bit as well. So I'm trying to have this one vague reoccurring theme, which I'm only putting in super roughly, but it's that... And I'll draw you guys a map in a bit, but basically there's this giant crystal island, this sacred space. And it's in the middle of a circle of mountains. And so, because that's like the source of their crystal power of the High Elves, I'm trying to give them like this simplified crystal symbol of some sort. That's supposed to be like a... Imagine that's like a crystal flower. So something vaguely like this as a motif for the High Elves. Because all of them more like traditionally LV stuff of more like robes and curling shapes is more for the Wood Elves, I think. Yo, CJ's come to Twitch. Welcome on over. Right, my question was, did you sketch this out at the beginning of the live? Oh, I see. No, dude, I've been sketching this today whilst I've been getting other jobs done. Don't worry, I'm going to draw 2 more from scratch tonight. So you'll see when it comes to sketching like this, how I just take advantage of the mirroring tool. If we're just doing like forward on, straight standing up, character sheet style stuff, as opposed to interesting poses. So I'm going to just get this ever so slightly cleaned up, but we're going to leave it rough, slap down some colour, and then you guys are going to help me along with our next 2 elven priestess ladies for sure. Because I'm very much... Because basically if you guys are... For those of you who like to draw and observe other people drawing, if you're anything like... And I know everyone's different, but if you're anything like me, number 1, you're very handsome. Number 2, one of the most interesting things for me when I watch other artists do their thing is how they start from a blank canvas to having committed their rough design. So the sketching, thinking process, like how they refine it and how they render it is always good to know. But by the time they've got the main design down, that's where all of their character and all their style is usually already there. So I want to know how they create that, which is why my number 1 pet peeve in artwork is when artists say, hey guys, I'm going to show you how I get my artwork done from start to finish. I'll show you how I start and then step by step. And then step 1 starts and they've already got a completed sketch on screen. I'm just like, fuck you, man. That is not full on. That's not starting from scratch. That is not step 1. Step 1, start with a completed sketch idea. How dare you? Especially, I'm not going to turn this into a rant, so don't worry. But especially when the artist in question is doing artwork, which is so wonderfully well measured in the face, that you think, okay, are they actually tracing faces? Are they like taking photos of themselves or reference pictures and just tracing where the features are and then kind of making it more fantastical around it? I don't mind if you're doing that. I don't mind what your methods are. There's no real cheating. There's just different ways to do stuff. But what I do mind is when you don't talk about it and you try to keep it secret. And you basically start creating this lie by omission where whenever somebody asks you about your techniques for the sketch, you don't answer them in the hopes that everybody will just assume you're doing amazing sketches. And it's like, what are you doing? People can notice this. I joined a wonderful illustrator's Patreon, and they were like, yeah, my full process video and all my sketches and stuff. And it started with, the video starts with their sketch, and I was just like, fuck you. Fuck you. And the worst one is, so I swear to God, you can tell. If you don't know what you're looking at, you can't tell. But like, if you've been drawing a long time, you can tell. Is what people do is they'll get like a, do I still have like a picture of, I downloaded a picture of my own face for my own private use, for my own collection. Do I still have that? I want to give you an example of something which I know when people do it. Oh, I could have sworn I downloaded it. I think, was it Ayatollah or somebody? Had like just a picture of my face from something. I think it was like a screen grab. No, I can't see it. I can't see it. Okay, I'll give you, actually not. I'll give you an example right here, right in front of us. I've got, gentle reminder, you're in public, mate. Perfect. Oh no! That's the disgusting one where you took my beard away without AI, with AI. Okay, good enough, good enough. That's the worst one. I should have known. Anyway, thank you very much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a really quick example of my pet peeve. And again, I don't care if these are the steps you take. I honestly don't mind. It's when these are the steps you take and you pretend that they're not, because you want people to have a false idea of how you do your artwork. That's not helpful. That's just lying about your process, and that doesn't help other artists. So what they do is they get a really handsome picture of a beautiful man or woman whose beard has been removed using AI software, which we're just using this example, so let's not worry about that. Hey Mark. Hey Miracle. So guys, welcome. Oh hey Crusher Jr. over on Kick. Like when the paper looks blank and they're inking directly and then the line just hits right about, you can start to see the sketch out hiding. Oh, there's so many methods of lying to yourself. Will you be doing your other 2 sketches on YouTube, and what time? Miracle, I'll be doing them tonight with any luck. As for what time, your guess is as good as mine, mate. I'm a bit of a talker, I'm not gonna lie. Your old pencil tutorials, you started doing a pre-sketch. Yeah, I pre-sketched on like 2 or 3 of those really old ones. And I remember it's like a hand tutorial and people were just like, there's lines there, there's lines there. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm prepping it out because I'm having to do like an unbroken 25-minute video. And then there was just like, people were just like, no, it has to be authentic. You have to draw it all live. So I was like, okay. I mean, it was like, it was within my wheelhouse to do that. So I was like, okay, I'll do exactly that. So what I do now, with the tutorials, is I often fill up an A4 sheet of paper with exactly what I plan to draw. I draw it out for the most part. Some of it's a bit rough, but I will draw exactly what I plan to do first. And then I've got that A4 sheet of paper and I'm just like, do that, but talk. And then I record and then I just do it again. Like, I'm not tracing, but like, I usually know how I'm going to fill up the page. Anyway, so what they do is this. Mikey, what are you talking about? So what some amazing artists like to do, and now it's all the rage to do like an AI art version of this, is they get a picture of someone and they trace the picture. And they go, okay, well the nose, it's kind of like that. And let's go over here and then got a nostril there. And they go, wow, this is the most handsome man I've ever seen. So I want to make sure that my drawing of this man is perfect. And they go, okay, there's some eyebrows there. And they go, okay, there's a beautiful eye here. wonderful. It's got an eye there and then face. Such a handsome, strong jaw. If only it had a beard to take the edge off. And so basically they trace what they can see, right? I won't worry about the glasses. This is just to talk about an example. So they do this bit. And then what they do is they fake construction. This is mind-blowing. So then what people do is they start to do this. Okay, well, I know what basic construction is. So I know that I should probably have like a head circle shape in here. So I'm going to just lightly put that in so that when I... And then it's going to line up to the other edge of a brow line so that when I post this art online or I send up my Patreon packs, people are going to think that I'm just really, really good at how I measure out my sketches. They're going to think that I constructed this from scratch because I've got all the building blocks that I talk about. Yeah, see? And then I'm going to, maybe I'll just do some through and I'll sketch some lines that come through these shapes. Yeah, jawline shapes. There we go. There we go. Now they're going to think I really sketched it. Oh, look at that. Oh, perfect. And then I'm just going to pretend that I've measured this out a bit. Yeah, there we go. And then what I probably did is I probably started with a circle here so I know where that is. And I go, oh, sketch those line shapes through and then imagine if I've got an eye shape here. So you'll see people and you're looking at that and you're just like, yeah, but all your key lines are still weighted over trace areas apropos of nothing. Anyway, so you get a lot of people do that. Long story short, busty pregnant elves. Yeah, so there's I follow some AI art accounts, but I follow very particularly some AI art because I can't help but look. Some AI art accounts that won't admit to being AI art. And what they are 100% doing is generating loads of AI artwork and then they're just using it as a base. So they're still working. They're taking an AI image and they're color picking and they're turning it into much more of a simpler illustration with some sort of A/B lights and shadow areas and stuff. So they are painting the whole thing, but they're painting over the AI artwork and coloring picking from the AI artwork. And it's like, it's the fact that like every single character they does, like in terms of their proportions and their poses, are precisely the exact same relentlessly AI generated stuff that you're used to seeing. And also they're producing like one of these pieces like every single day on a regular deadline. You're just like, I just don't think humans do it like that. I don't think humans do it like that, mate.
This guy's got the right idea.
If you stick hybrid artist in your bio, I get it. You do you, good luck. If you ignore any comments that are asking whether or not this is AI generated whilst or AI assisted whilst responding to every single other comment, then it's gonna look like you might be a bit of a grifter. Looks like your son, young Mikey Jr., how dare you? Your jobless son. My jobless son. I want to be a YouTuber. How dare you? How dare you? Wow. Chat's coming off a bit strong, huh? Alright, I will close that image. Skipperman, how you doing? Imagine if you put your construction down first, then done the rest. Yeah, Skipperman, but the problem is that your work might not look as amazingly well proportioned. D-beards your Mikey. Yeah, that's very offensive, isn't it? Like, it's... what's the year? 2020? It's 2024, okay? It is very, very rude to undress women with your eyes, okay? We're better than that. We're better. Hashtag be better. So, Ayatollah, it's incredibly rude to unbeard a Mikey with your software. How dare you? Beardless Mikey is the guy you have to go out of your way to be nice to at school. Otherwise, you'll end up paying for it later. How dare you? If you see me at a cinema for an action movie, just make friends. Can we have this line art as an emote? No. Fake annoying line art. We're not going to encourage those practices. And again, honestly, if you trace artwork, I don't care. Do what works for you. Just, I'm talking specifically about people who trace artwork and then go out of their way to pretend they're not. And it's like, why are you lying? Mikey draws his son with fake construction. That's because I'm a fake dad. P2's the king understands. How you doing, man? Salve, salve. Is it because the construction lines are too accurate or something? Yeah, it's look, I'm not, so basically I could pick out an example, but I'm not going to show other people's work on my stream because I don't actually want to turn this into a hate live stream. But you know it when you see it. And it is a lot of things where it's still like the actual key features, the bits that the person has traced first, you can still kind of understand that they sit independently than the actual measured construction. It's a whole vibe, man. It's a whole vibe. I'm too scared to even make a Patreon for my art, and people already pay for this. Yeah, there's people paying for AI artwork, and the artists are telling them that they drew it themselves. It's people are ruthless. Man said apropos. No, I didn't. No, I didn't, kid. New emote, please. Die inside. Wait, what's this one, Ayatollah? Also, PB Shade, thank you for the follow. And HQ Maori. Hi, guys. Welcome on in. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't like it. I don't like it. Call it mega chunky. No, you guys are disgusting. Excuse me, about to work. I'm going to set the recording so I actually work a bit quicker now. Good story, terrible story. Just a thing that rubs me the wrong way. I write garbage drawer in my bio. Oh, no, share your artworks, guys. I hope you're getting creative stuff done at your ends. Do you remember my de-bearding? It was 10,000 times worse because it replaced it with fat. Did it make you really big? Yo, Luxford, hey, man. I submit. Yeah, skip that. Back on your love of busty elves. I'm alert whilst I attempt art. Yes, Luxford. So for anyone who's just popped in, thank you very much for joining me. We've done the leader, who's a bit more Galadriel-esque. Obviously, these are just really roughs, but I want to nail down their basic shape designs. Then we've got Victoria, who technically isn't even in it anymore, but we're still designing the past crew. And now we're just working on the pregnant one, and then we'll do a couple more. Oh god, it's the second time I've zoomed precociously. Let's go back onto the right. So let's get some actual work done. I'm going to just merge this all onto one layer, so don't worry too much.
Hello there.
Hello. Thank you for the follows. Just tighten up a few bits, and then we'll slap some colour and do the next one. The only things I'm worrying about being vaguely consistent are that they all... so they all have two levels of outfits. Their public priestess look, which is what we're doing at the moment, where they all have some sort of long boots or thigh highs or leggings that are white, and they all have some amount of sleeve, and they all have some amount of semi-opaque. Is it sheer? Kind of trailing. That could be from the hips, like it is with Victoria. It could be from the arms, like it is with this one. The other one's got it from the back. Careful. But when they're actually behind closed doors doing all their crystal communing, that's when they're like, you know, it's like 3 flaps of material and a couple gemstones. You know what I'm saying? There. You can't design that. That's not fair. This bit. So, I'm going to stick my vertical on, because at least for tops of the arms, for both of these characters, sitting in the same place. I'm just throwing in some squiggles. So I'm just imagining these bits are where maybe there's going to be a bit of gemstone coming off his shoulders. Never know when there's an opportunity to tuck in another bit of crystal. All praise for great crystal. How do you prove work? Honestly, with the current age of what's becoming with artwork, I do what I've always done. I screen record almost everything. I usually delete it immediately because a lot of the time it's just me doing warm-up. But you never know what piece of artwork you're just like, oh, this is working out quite nicely. I might take this sketch even further. I rarely open Photoshop without opening OBS because you never know when you quite like what you're doing. And then you take it a few steps further down the line. You're like, okay, I've done some artwork. And then somebody's just like, oh, that's coloured a bit differently than usual. I think you've used AI to... I remember when I did Ashley from Resident Evil 4. And I just did that in a completely different sort of style. And then I posted it on Twitter. And like at the time, I was like usually responding with a time-lapse video. And I didn't put a time-lapse video in replies. And a couple of assholes were immediately just like, yeah, this is AI, you can tell. They've used AI on this one, you can tell immediately. You can tell from the colours. You can tell from like where it's been coloured. And I'm just like, fine, great. Here's a video. Can you fuck off? But it's trying to scoop the sea with a spoon, you know what I mean? Eventually you won't be able to tell. And AI will flawlessly generate very believable sketches and line arts. And eventually full-on time-lapse construction videos as if it had been hand-drawn. It'll be able to do everything, eventually. And, again, I don't like that it's been... I'm not going to have this debate, but basically there's a lot of copyright issues with people's work being used to train it. Other than that, I don't hate AI. It's literally just the legal side of it, people using people's artwork without their consent. But eventually it will be so good that it's just like... you will never be able to tell again. And eventually you're just going to be like, God, what am I even trying to fight? So the only thing that I say is just be educated in what you're looking at as an audience member. You're never going to convince somebody not to make free money by using amazing software that makes their lives easier. And I don't think you've got much of an argument there. Another artist has lost their job because his company's used AI. Yeah, it sucks. But I understand it from the company's point of view. We want somebody to consistently make pictures for cheaper in a... So, from a company... And by the way, this is not my point of view, but imagine you're in a business and you need some images developed for a project. And you've got 2 options. Option A is finding, interviewing and vetting an artist to produce work at the rate of a human being, at the cost of a human being. Or, if you don't care, you just want some images done, find somebody who can make 100 of these images using AI in the space of a weekend instead of the space of a month to fill out the entire image set needed for your work in a way that another AI trained individual can recreate if you've got the right keywords saved to a hard drive. I get it. I don't love it, but I get it. Anyway, what I'm getting at, oh wow, what I'm getting at, what am I getting at? Long story short, record your artwork, record your art process, or at the very least, make sure that you've saved your layers. Save your rough layer, save your sketch layer, save your line art layer, save your separate layers, just in case an employer or potential client sees your work, really likes it, but then asks to see your work in progress because they want to make sure that they're not employing somebody who's making AI generated copies. That's what I'm getting at. Sorry. So I wasn't just having a moan. There we go. I wasn't just boo-hoo. I wasn't just moaning. I was actually getting to a useful point. That's good knowledge. So yeah, save copies of your layers, guys. That's where I'm going with it. Live streamer quits art in middle of stream after having tantrum. Anyway, long story short, Luxford is very handsome. Arrakis, thank you very much for the follow. Pizza Power! There's a TikTok video where a girl harvests strawberries from some dirt, and they're laying under, like, just a layer of mud. They're not attached from anything. That's how I'd explain a fake sketching. Yeah, Pizza Power, that is a great example. Yes, it is very much like that.
Just tea, thank you.
Oh, hey, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. People see my drawings and say you stole that from Mikey. Oh god! So this is one of my worst mistakes in my career is that when I was first drawing, like one of the people I looked up to, fantastic illustrator, is Rake. Who I'm sure many of you know.
Cool, way to go.
Rake's awesome. So I used to do loads of studies of Rake's work. I'd draw and copy out his hot babes. So I would just do Rake studies, completely normal. Hey, emulate what you like, right? Then, this is like a million years ago, but then what I'd do is I'd then post them onto like, what's the other one that's not ArtStation? I'd like post them onto DeviantArt, and I'd be like, look at this drawing I did. And I'd be like, it's a study, but I drew it. And then I'd put like Mikey Mega Mega on it. And eventually I was just like, no, that pretty much looks like I'm just ripping off Ray. So I had to go back. I was like, all right, I've got to delete this. All of this shit has to get deleted. But at the time I was like, yeah, this is fine. I drew this. I drew one of Rake's pictures. But I'll just write my name really big on the image. You know. So yeah, be like that. Callus M, yeah, Pregante. Preganatnat, this one is at least. The 5 main elves of Eldmenheim, these wonderful maiden. Well, they're not maidens. Pretty interesting maiden you've got there, yeah, she's pregnant. These are the wisest and most magically powerful of the religious side. There's two sides to the High Elves. Those who mostly worry about the nature of the land and worship the crystal and fighting the great evil. And then there's the royal family side that mostly actually manages the country and worries about trade routes and stuff. So we're focusing just on the crystal side at the moment. Like I said, I'll sketch up a really rough map in a minute. Hey, thank you for the follow. Sometimes I'm trying to get better, mate. We're all trying to get better. I get somewhat involved in tracing. I've been taking drawings that I like, and then I deconstruct them into the structure lines that the artist might have used to make them. So, like, that sounds great to me, except for the bit of the tracing. Now, if you like tracing and tracing makes you happy, like if you enjoy sitting there and just copying the lines and as an experience, then yeah, whatever helps you zen out, right? But if you're trying to actually emulate someone else's work and learn it, I don't recommend it at all. when you trace over something, you're not engaging the part of your brain that actually understands the structure. What you're doing is you're relating your hand-eye coordination. So that will improve maybe your line quality, and maybe it will improve your hand-eye coordination. But it will not improve your structural drawing style. This isn't enough. Wow, I'm tracing really badly. Doing this isn't enough. The second part of your sentence is a bit I like. You need to understand the structure that's going on in here. What are these measurements? How much of this is like a kind of big circle shape? Where's that brow line? Is that too high? Because the eyebrows are high. Is the brow line actually really here? Okay. So how far down is that distance? Alright, well we're going halfway again. How much of that space are they filling with the eye? You gotta understand that structure so that you can then sit here and then reapply that structure for your own drawing. But the tracing part, it's not going to get you anywhere. But if you enjoy doing it, look, like live your life. But like studying, breaking down and copying are all great ways to adjust your style. Tracing isn't one of those ways. And this is just IMO. All these are my opinions, okay? So don't worry too much about them. Will you draw Frieren as not safe for work fan art? Misty! Misty, you sweet summer child. I don't know what to tell you, Misty. Another streamer was upset with me. She was like, no, you can't loot Frieren, how dare you? She was only half joking, but she was like, no, Mikey, don't loot Frieren. I'm just like, it's not like a... It's not like... Oh god, I forget. Who's the girl in Demon Slayer who lives inside the box? Like, we don't loot her because she's literally an innocent kid who's a demon. And also quite possibly a minor. So I'm like, yeah, of course we don't loot her. Like, the whole energy and themes of the entire anime are about... Oh, Nezuko, about protecting Nezuko. But Frieren? Ah, you can loot Frieren, mate. Frieren's a slightly autistic adult. Hey, leave her all night long, I don't mind. Hey, Yummy Tomato, how you doing? Welcome back. Hey, Spirit. Oh, Spirit, did I miss your entrance comment? Oh, I'm so sorry. I need to recompensate by dialing the flattery up to 11. Are you sure I'm just not behind on chat? I think I did say hello to you. Sassy Potato. Hi, Mikey. I recently started learning to draw. A lot of info to take in, but I'm enjoying the process. Oh, Sassy. Aww. That makes me so happy. Your best wishes to your own art journey. Is my is this still centered? Okay, that is working. Don't ask me what these bits are. I'm just giving her kind of like little flappy wingy feeling things that float off the back of her arm stuff. A bit like that lady I like from Genshin Impact from a while ago with the silver braid. Very MILF energy. Elfie's getting packed from all the areas. Starstruck. Wait, oh wait, sorry. This one needs to be at the bottom of, sorry. I've got both my chats a bit behind. I'm trying to keep one of them locked at the bottom. Yeah, I told her, yeah. I messaged him the other night, actually. I need to pop him an email. I'm still quite haven't locked down any design stuff, but I thought I'd better actually get talking to him again and book him in regardless. And then worry about the details a bit later. So I need to have a chat with Eva first. I feel like she wanted to get some stuff off her chest. I'll make sure that she doesn't have any gems of wisdom, but then I'm going to get talking to him for frickin' sure. And there's no need to do everything in one big go anyway. I could introduce that part before I do lots of redesign stuff anyway. What canvas? Hey Peters, I'm currently on, it's normally A3. I'm actually a bit slimmer today. I'm working at 5,000 by 3,000 pixels, but I'm still 300 DPI. It's not a million miles away from A3 size. Render Bifisad, how you doing, man? Yeah, that's the depressing aspect. Yeah, sorry, I went on a bit of a ramble then, didn't I? I do apologise. It's the step when your own art students quickly outpace you. Oh, that's disgusting. Keep doing what you're doing with different artists. Make sure your stuff actually wants to be able to draw, do the same thing with line art and colouring. Yeah, there's loads of methods. Uono Kuono, hello there. I've not said your name right. Hi, welcome. Sorry, I'm just catching up on one chat, so I can lock the other one at the bottom. The one that I'm locking is the one that sees all the different platforms, so I don't want people to think I'm ignoring them. Like DD over on YouTube, who says, seems like she had a big lunch. Looks amazing, DD. Yeah, DD, she's had that 9-month lunch break. Do you know what I mean? Do you know that really big lunch that some women get sometimes? And then all of a sudden they get loads of time off work. There is a, you can do that. You can go on Tinder and say that you're very specifically looking to meet pregnant women who are expecting. Because if you're in a relationship with them, you can get maternity leave off your own job. You can split up with somebody. You can split up with a partner on the very first day of paternity leave, and you're still allowed to take your 2-week leave window that you've booked off. No one's going to tell you otherwise. Because HR have to be very careful about it. This is real knowledge, man. This is knowledge for life I'm giving you guys. Hey, Adorable. How you doing? Computer. Elsa. DeviantArt. High quality. Massive boobs. Engage. Have you seen that meme where it's like somebody on a train and he's like sketching someone? Someone's like, oh wow, is that guy sketching me on a train? And it's just a guy with a notepad and he's just writing out girl on train, sitting in chair, boobs, extra large, high quality, high res. I saw the article. It's a sad state of affairs, but we all know it's coming. Yeah. Oh yeah. So this is the thing, is like it's massively discouraging for a lot of new artists who previously, before, because it's basically like inflation, right? AI art has flooded, especially when it comes to spicy anime artwork, it's flooded the market. It's like when a country keeps printing more and more money to try to stave off an economic crash, and instead they just create this crazy inflation where there's so much money everywhere that it's worthless. And so previously, back when people like me were first getting into just doing fan art, is that you could have a go at drawing some fan art and then post it, and then people would see it and be like, oh, okay, hey, I quite like that. And it's really encouraging. And you're like, yeah, I do like drawing. And then you go off and you draw some more. Now people might start to get into their own drawing and produce fan art and like publish it online. And people are just like, I've literally seen 5,000 versions of this rendered in the space of a weekend when this anime came. Like, the public is no longer quite as receptive to people's fan art stuff unless there's something interesting about it, something stylized. So it might be that people just follow you anyway and they're really nice, and I suspect that's what happens to me a lot. Sometimes I produce stuff where I'm just like, this is okay, and then people are really nice to me and I'm just like, oh, thank you very much. So you have to, it forces you to be a bit more clever. And I don't love it because it's very off-putting to new people, which is not great. Because if you're passionate about an industry, you need to get fresh blood into that industry, right? It's not just about you, it's about keeping it alive by getting other people interested. So like, that sucks because it's a useful, I wouldn't call it a crutch, but it's a useful helping hand. And so now you've got like a different audience attitude where the audience, your average audience member still, because remember, your average audience member is like your grandma scrolling on Facebook. Your average audience member still isn't clued in enough to recognize when something's artificially generated. And again, nobody will be. But right now in this interim, a lot of people are. And they're sad to see it. But the average consumer still isn't. So they see millions of artworks now, no longer value it, can't tell what's human made and what's AI made, and they have no incentive to care either way. Which from their standpoint is understandable. So my only attitude is like, you either have to just really educate your audience, and your audience doesn't want to be educated. They like your art, like 99% of them like your art because it's nice, they scroll, they click like, and they move on. They don't care about your particular political opinion on the world of AI generated artwork. Or you have to find something else in your own art. And for me personally, I mean, I just want to encourage people to actually draw. So a lot of my time is like focused on art education. I use that word dangerously because I'm not a qualified teacher, but then it is producing my own work, even though I love drawing for myself. So a lot of the things that I want to get engaged with at the moment, other than a trad housewife woman, obviously, is narrative stuff. So I'm building universes now. Like the Elvenheim stuff, all these elves are for a thing. And eventually I'm going to be drawing that thing, and I'm going to be getting you guys to read it and stuff. Because there's no point me just drawing pictures of elves all the time.
Hey, Mikey.
You can get that anywhere.
How are you, handsome? I'm doing well, thanks.
Oh. Hey, wait. Let me get to a scroll to the bottom. And by the way, again, that's not a very well baked thought that I've just had. It's not yet coalesced. But my current response to the glut of AI artwork is just like, okay, I just need to learn to make something that's a bit more interesting than the current glut of AI artwork. I can't produce 500 images in the space of a weekend, but I can produce my own unique ideas and saucy storylines to go with like a world building thing. So maybe I should be doing that. There's no point complaining that your audience is sick of something. Like, it sucks, but you got to evolve or die. Smercius Barbarian, is that your name? Smercius? Have you changed your username at all? Thank you so much for the 41 months. Hope life is treating you very well. And I am glad that you're doing well. And I am handsome. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for noticing. Mikey's going to force us to read the thing. Okay, well, look, some of you will just be in it for the pictures. But I'm going to warn you guys, every time I try to make something saucy, I get too into the world building. So you got to be careful. When I made that 4-page dojin for the Naruto, for the prologue for the Naruto storyline I want to do, that was I ended up world building all the way through Naruto Shippuden in the alternative universe. Had to cut it down from 8 pages to 4 just so it fit. Ended up taking out all the dialogue. Okay, because the hands are in different positions, I've just got to dip out of working in this area. So let's work our way down the thighs for a little bit. I might as well start recording as well. It's not too dire that I record this, but put a little bit in. Pretty depressing. Oh, DD. How's the Hero of the Ages? Adorable! Adorable! Have you read the Hero of the Ages? Before I answer your question, I'll give you a quick recap of where I am with it emotionally. But, in a nutshell, I'm 2/3 of the way through the book. Elend has finally started realizing, I can't remember if it's Elend or Vin, but one of them has finally started realizing that they're finding an awfully lot of very convenient Koloss armies when they need them. It's getting very Revenge of the Sith, do you know what I'm saying? Oh, it turns out that an ancient Jedi ordered an entire clone army. Oh, how convenient. We happen to be having a war. Hey, wasn't that the Jedi that disappeared and became a Sith Lord? Ah, what are you going to do about that? Shouldn't we investigate where this giant army actually came from? No, no, no. You just use them. You just use them. This isn't going to come back to bite us, is it? No, 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 no. I trust my mystery army of genetically trained stormtroopers. This will never be a problem. So Elend's just like, wow, I can't believe there's another 3,000 replacement Koloss just over here. Wow, I can't believe that I can suddenly control them for no reason. Wow. Oh. I trust this army. My name is Elend Venture and I trust this army. Anyway, that's where I am. Oh, Bill! Handsome Bill Nash, how you doing, man? Are you still working on Codename 1989? Naru Michael Blast from the Past. Am I still working on Project Codename 1989? Only in my heart and soul. Not on paper or digitally in a very long time. However, would I like to? I would like to. I'm probably going to tie that as a series of images for the moment into the Mikeyverse. At the moment, Codename 99 is just another Megaverse alternative reality, more than it is a narrative project. Damn. Boy remembers. Naru, are you like on the spectrum? Naru Michael, are you like really, really good at blackjack by any chance? If I dropped a load of toothpicks on the floor, would you be able to count the toothpicks really quickly? Asking for a friend. Because you, sir, have a bit of a weird memory. I don't even know what I'm doing, I'm just putting random shapes in. Twilight Wolf, hello Mikey, it's been a while since I caught one of your streams, welcome on in. How you doing? Are you pregnant, Aunt? Maiden no more. Oh wow, one of these chats is really far behind. I've got the wrong one locked to the bottom. Sunthrone! World building disease claims another budding artist. Sunthrone! I was threatening chat earlier, dude, I'm gonna draw a very simple map in a minute so that I can further explain the importance of like these elves and the Great Crystal. Yeah man, world building sucks me in. I do like narratives. I think especially if you're making like an adult cartoon, I get that like it's all about the art and all about the slamming for most people. However, I think it's even better if you've actually bought into the scenario and you buy into the characters. So although I know that I should just be spice for spice's sake, I'm still very much a narrative guy. I want you to I want you guys to really believe that this elf is going to get smashed. You know what I mean? It's not enough to fap to it. I need to believe it. No, don't worry. Thankfully, I switched over to Clip Studio Paint from Photoshop years ago, and the auto time-lapse is a lifesaver. MP Kuro knows. MP Kuro's always records her work thanks to Clip. I think Procreate's got something similar. Threatening to draw someone banging somebody else. Wait, are you using artwork as a form of weaponized argument? I will draw a OC banging your mum if you keep giving me lip. Damn. Pretty sure that's bullying. I'm not 100% sure. That might actually be bullying, dude. Has anybody watched Mr. In Between, the Australian show about the hitman? And his daughter's getting bullied online by the girl at school. This is so overworked and disgusting. This isn't a wonderful elven-like series of curves and spirals, but interlock beautifully to create these wonderful shapes. This is a wet tangle of spaghetti that I've just rendered into existence without thinking about it. It's not important because this is just rough draft shape, but I've actually made this big enough that I hate it enough for us to just go ahead and let's just let's quickly solve a little problem there. There we go. Oh, how embarrassing. It was Nezuko. Okay, it wasn't Nezuko. Someone on YouTube, his name's in Japanese. Oh, you're testing me. Kyoraku Shasue? Damn! Kyoraku-san. Sumimasen. Mikey, good to see you again. I just wanted to say, but I've been following and studying your works for years now. I wanted to thank you. You're someone I really look up to. Oh, hey! Aww. Much love to you and your own drawing journey. Thanks for saying. Crusher Jr.'s vibing on Kick. God bless you, Crusher. Oh, wait, Nezuko is his older sister. Oh! Is Mikey part of the Dojin circle? No. Just a wannabe. I keep the majority of all my work family safe because I'm mostly just here to try to encourage people to get drawing, and too much adult content will act as a barrier to some people. It won't be all encouragement. So I don't mind the spice at all, but I'm not all about the spice. What are you on about? Adorable, I've got no idea. Of course. Yeah, I'm multi-streaming. If anyone's confused about, like, why they're talking to me in chat, but I appear to be talking to other people that aren't there and ignoring them, it's because I'm behind on chat and also multi-streaming on different platforms. But I see, like, DD over there. I see Spirit Retro on YouTube. I see these people on Kick.
Hey, Mikey.
Oh,
I love it when I catch your art streams. I'm an artist myself. And I think honestly watching your tutorials on YouTube got me interested and now pursuing digital art.
Oh, yo!
I've been learning a lot and still have a long way to go, but my favorite thing in the world is getting in the zone.
Yeah, you've been cut off. Getting in the zone is absolutely amazing. Because, like, time just disappears. And you're just creating and rendering and vibing. It's very, very lovely. I reckon it's like a form of therapy. It's really nice. Also, thank you very much for the lovely, kind words. Getting in a zone, being lost in artwork, especially when things start working the way I intended them to. Keep up the good work and inspiring more artists out there. Vendetta, I hope you're having an awesome start to your weekend. Thank you for the kind words. The Safe for Work arc is coming real soon. I did very wholesome drawings. Do you guys remember when I drew the original Avengers trio? I did 4 Iron Man and Captain America, and they were very wholesome. There was only one boob window between the 3 of them, and it was just all about just rendering some nice feelings. Very family friendly, cried the artist. He cried, I'm family friendly, cried the Dojin boy. I can be wholesome. I am. Hey, I've got nothing to prove. Okay, let's stick with that, shall we, before I regret it. No details on the feet. Just feet-shaped white lumps is all you're getting. We've got to go on to the next character in a minute. Right, so now we turn off symmetry. Just because the confluence of lines makes this really dark, I'm just going to soft erase over it. You can't escape me! There's no way you can go that I won't simp for you. Wow, thank you. Is that why you disappeared? Who, me? Ayatollah. Or Spirit? Skippable man, you got 7 adverts. Whoa, what are my advert settings? Holy shit, one sec. The number, I never know what the number's going to be, but it should be a maximum time. My adverts are not set to max. 7 is mental. Skipper, if you're still here, were they all back to back? No, you shouldn't get... So basically, I have it set so that adverts happen, I think it's once every 20 minutes or once every half hour. And by doing that, it means that when somebody new opens my stream, they don't get automatically hit with adverts, because I hate that myself. Remember, I can't turn them off. I can only manage when they occur. Are Twitch adding their own onto... Don't say that, Spirit, because you know that triggers me. You know I hate adverts on streams. Like, I have to have them. But no. No, come on, man. That's too much. Oh yeah, YouTube adds their own adverts. YouTube can put adverts on your stuff even if you're not monetized now there. Well, you know what my opinion of YouTube is. I love that you can reach an audience, and that is about the only thing I like about YouTube. Oh hey, thank you very much for the follow. Max a million. I can't even find my so I'm in my stream manager. I don't even have like an adverts widget anymore. I used to have an adverts widget in my stream manager layout. Where has it gone? Okay, after stream, can somebody remind me to go into my profile manager? Chris, how many years ago was that? Wait, Chris, what were we talking about? Tell me when the first safe for work be... I am safe for working! Oh, the Avengers trio. That was a few years ago. Very wholesome. Very wholesome. Very wholesome, thank you. There's too many lines here. Let's keep it simple again. All these extra lines have just appeared because I was cutting corners with symmetry, keeping my life a bit easier. Now we've got to just go back in and just tidy. So even with this, I have duplicated from my earlier construction so that I've always got this available to look at. but I am essentially mostly staying on that. Wow, I get closer and closer to being Seijin every day. Except for the ego problems. No, he's amazing. He's amazing. He's at the top of his game. It's just that he also knows it. I love watching Seijin streams. Being him must live the dream. Seijin art is at the top. You're great, but my god, don't you know it? Does anybody remember that song? You're hot, but my god, don't you know it? Anyway, he's somebody who just draws straight into his final layer, and he just carves things out and erases and redraws and deletes and moves. I'm not doing anything near what he does, but I am mostly finding that the line art experience is a bit more enjoyable for me if I tend to, especially if we're just doing sketches, is if I tend to erase and move stuff and kind of carve it out compared to just trying to draw it all again on a new layer. I like just sitting with what I've got and working from there now. Hundreds of Facebook groups loaded up with Army and Jesus related AI pictures saying, why don't they make stuff like this anymore? The traction it gets from the older generation not realizing is insane. Yeah. Oh yeah. I almost don't even want to answer that, but yeah, man. I've been watching your YouTube for quite a long time, Mikey. I've just found your stream on Twitch. Oh, hey, Max. Thank you very much for the views. They're appreciated. I hope you're also being creative. And I hope it's treating you very well. Yo, thanks for saying, man. Welcome on over to Twitch. Apologies if you get horrifically disappointed that I work really slowly and talk shit. But other than that, welcome, man. Oh, man, this guy's not professional at all. Jesus. Mikey's going to force us to read the thing. You guys will read the thing. What are we talking about? How well does drawing translate to 2D animation? Not very well, Araru. Not very well. Have you read Alfie? I'm looking forward to see the thing that this is for. Thank you. Alfie. That rings a bell. That rings a bell. That's an adult illustrator, right? Okay. Is Alfie... Now, I'm not trying to... It's not a witch hunt for degenerates. But is Alfie the person who draws really, really, really sexy goblins? Is that Alfie by any chance? Like, they do all sorts of drawings, but like... the goblins are pretty good. Anyway, let's talk about church and Jesus. Snowrip, speaking of world building, my party had a fun chat with a local pirate lord of the city of Ha Lo, inspired by Vietnam in southern Asia. They killed the pirate lord's daughter indirectly, whilst the king was trying to woo her. Oh, it's whilst he tried kidnapping her, causing her death. And instead of returning the body, he sent the body off to a necromancer. I'm sure that that's going to just go... That doesn't sound like a big long-term problem at all. I'm sure that's going to go really well. What did you do with my daughter's body? She's off at the body shop. The what? The necromancer? Okay, does anybody watch these cartoons on YouTube? And I think they're loosely D&D themed. And there's a mage wizard and he's burning this guy in court. But he's a really old guy and he casts fireball. But he's just like... And the other guy's just like, hey, what? And the guy's just like, yeah, I can't understand you. But then the wizard just goes... and he just sends a massive fireball. It's really good. Anyway, so that's the sort of shit that I do all the time when nobody's looking. Teach me how to love world building, spirit. I never learn. It just gets you. It just gets you and it takes you away. Once you feel like the ball's rolling on a world that you've created, power goes to your head. You start filling in notebook pages. And then what's worse is like, you know you're really sucked in when you're no longer even world building the story. You're building the history of the world that it's set in. History that will never come up. But you're just like, but these people come from these people. And that's why they use this type of magic. Because they took it overseas from this continent where it's really prevalent. But they call it this. And because this blah blah earthquake happened and it sealed the route between this mountain and that mountain, that's why it's full of orcs. Because in the war that happened 300 years ago, they all moved from this area that's now the Holy Land into that bit. Once you keep going, I went all the way back. So the universe that these elves are set in, so we've already on stream gone back 300 years to the Battle of the Five Towers, and then I've done the creation myth now. So I know how the planet was made and what the first peoples were. And do you want to know who's to blame? Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Get your bingo cards. Malazan's to blame. I was reading Malazan Book of the Fallen at some point whilst I was working on this. The M word. Ediberto, hey, welcome back, dude. Greetings, Mikey. I saw your notification on my phone whilst I was working. Did I miss anything? No. We're just, we're taking it nice and easy today. We're working on our elf priestesses, having a chat, dossing around, shooting a crap. I'm a little bit behind on chat, but yeah, we're getting there. We're vibing, man. How are you, man? Would you recommend Krita? Rendisbad? Yes, I would. Krita is awesome. Krita hold the license. I don't know if they call it this, but they hold the license for a magnetic brush tool. And I've only ever seen this type of brush once before on a phone app that my friend had. And I remember just like constantly drawing on her phone when we were in an office job. And I've realized now that the app she had on her phone was the Krita mobile app. Krita, unlike any other software, have this one particular brush which is like actual magic. So I've had a go before. It's not part of my routine, but I have had a go before at switching between Photoshop and Krita for different stages of a piece of art. And there is another amazing illustrator called Dave Raposa, who he makes like artwork for film and television and game and stuff. He did, I think, a lot of the artwork for Baldur's Gate 3 and stuff. And he uses that brush so much now. It's insane. And he also live streams on YouTube on Thursday nights. I would strongly recommend you check him out. If anyone's Krita curious, there's literally someone who's at the top of his game in this industry who uses a lot of Krita. And you can check him out doing his thing. You could learn a lot. I'm too stubborn. I refuse to learn. Mikey or nothing with me. I'm a ride or die bitch, but for me. Only Mikey. Only Zool. Mikey, have you ever considered learning? No, I haven't. And how dare you for asking? I'm reading it for the lore and the world building. Chris, thank you. That's what's important. Should we have a little save? If you're not climaxing, thinking about how in-depth and rich the lore is, are you even absolutely. I want the buy-in. I want people to buy in. No, Mikey, we haven't watched Neighbours. Adorable, get out. The exact opposite of its magic. I don't have to explain shit. Yeah, I don't have a hard magic system. Not in this. There's no point. No one's ever going to want to know about it. But the magic as depicted is fairly basic. The High Elves have access to the giant crystal. So they're really good at crystal magic. In terms of their elven lineage, their magics are more of the lands and the seas and the woods and the mountains. But the High Elves in particular moved a lot of their magic system over to the crystal, and it made them very powerful. But you've still got the Wood Elves and the Sand Elves and all that sort of stuff, keeping it traditional. Is the safe for work in the room with us right now? Howdy. Control the spice, control the universe. DD. If anybody ever wants to watch a wonderful recap of Dune Part 1, or even an amazing recap video of the David Lynch version, Filmcram. youtube.com/Filmcram. Best recaps of the best movies. What a guy. What an amazing team. Those Filmcram people work really hard. They make great content. Over at Team Cram. Not to be confused with Teen Wolf. Oh damn. Look at all this. I never deleted it from earlier. Hello Mikey, this is my first stream. I've always watched your videos. Usman, how you doing, dude? I'm really sorry if anybody on the YouTube or Facebook or Kick thinks that I'm talking to myself or that I'm catching your comments really, really late. I'm still a little bit behind in chat. But hey, welcome on in, man. Fossil Parrot, lovely to see you. A rare morning stream for the Australians. Yeah, welcome on in, man. It's always nice to catch you, Fossil. What are your plans for the weekend, dude? Tinder, Prego, time off work. Is that why you disappeared? As for Dream, I told her. Hope you're having a wonderful evening, Mikey. I'm super curious, how do you colorize your art? Especially, how do you choose the colors for your drawing? So okay, there's like 3 different answers. I don't do any of them. So there's key colors, Dominic. The key colors for these elves are flesh tone, white because of their robes, and they've all got variations on blonde or platinum or silver hair. And I'm highlighting with a blue accent. So when I'm doing these different elves, I'm thinking of these particular little colours and accents. So like the one before, different elf, she's a bit more Galadriel, this one. Same attitude. When it comes to colouring in and going through layers of artwork and doing my colour flats, I do try to make sure that nothing is too saturated. If you go oversaturated early, you're going to screw with your values and your balances. It will mess you up. However, I do try to colour pick the right core colour these days for like a base layer. The base layer being when you're going to then draw on top to add lighter bits and darker bits, but it's like the main part. I am going to basically, like I was saying earlier, I've made a very simple Android 18, not because I'm going to change my style to just cel shaded artwork, but because I wanted to simplify the process of colouring in to something that I might be able to use consistently. So if we go back to this example, long story short, I'm going to have a video on it soonish. So I'm not going to give you a good answer now, but eventually you'll have a video answer. But basically my method is get down your colour flats. And this isn't how I always do it, but this is going to be my answer going forward for getting an effective cel shaded kind of look relatively quickly. Then AB, cel shade it. Go in with a hard brush. Only work out what the bits are light and shadow for each of your layers. Come back and soften up those areas. So sometimes you've got shading that goes around a curve and stuff. Then I go in with a multiply layer, and wherever I've got the lights coming into contact with the darts, I increase the contrast. So I've darkened right round the boob bits and let it fade out to lighter as we go away from the light source. I've just darkened the blue edges where they meet into the tummy highlight, just darkening the grey a little bit as it goes up here. You might not notice at a glance, but your brain's just slightly picking up that this is a little bit more worked. With the skin, it's called subsurface scattering, but I'm just sneaking in a little bit of reds around that edge and then brightening up the highlight areas. So when it comes to a very simple answer, because the way you're doing it is going to change based on your setting, your light structure, what it is you even want to focus on with your artwork. But the quick answer is get my flat colors. Then I'm not actually thinking about the colors. I'm thinking about my light and shadow areas. And once I've locked down the light and shadow areas, then I'm deciding if I'm going to start sneaking in other colors into each side. It was a great question, Dominic. Yo, Cruz out DG. Yo, how you doing, Cruz? Over on Facebook, huh? Yeah, welcome, welcome. I'm looking at a multi-chat. We're drawing elves on lots of platforms, all at the same time. Instead of streaming 7 days a week, I stream 1 day a month on 7 platforms. It's amazing! Mikey, don't disparage Seijin. I'm not disparaging Seijin at all. I'm just having a little fun laugh because... number one, he is at the top of his game. And his abilities and technicals and what he can do is insane. But he will be the first to tell you out of his own mouth that when it comes to artists that he looks up to, his answer is him. So he's got the ego. I'm not using that as an offensive term. He deserves it, but he's got it. I'm not disparaging the man. Anyway, what's he going to do? Turn up? I keep telling... by the way, I'm only... if it sounds like I'm like getting really edgelordy on coming up with loads of jokes, this is nothing that I have not said directly to Seijin. And I mean it in a fun way, not in like a mean way. But like last time I saw Seijin, I was like, dude, I've been telling people you were dead. I haven't seen you in a million years, man. Welcome back. So yeah, no, I'm not calling out other artists or any shit like that. I'm only saying it to Seijin because I've said it directly to him and he took it the way I meant it, which was just playfully. Close, his name is In Case. Ah, okay. So In Case is the goblin person. In Case is the one that draws the sexy goblins. So who is the person that you guys said? What was the other name for the other person? I think I know the one you mean, Mike. I'm in Discord where the Not Safe for Work section is completely obsessed with his gobos. Yeah, I think that is In Case. Jesus can't draw goblins for shit. But I know you might find succor and solace in the love of God and Christ. But can Jesus draw sexy goblins? Jesus can draw my soul into a divine eternity, thank you very much, Mikey. Do you want to not talk about religions when you're live on chat? Don't worry, guys, I'm raised as a Catholic. I'm not here hating on anything. I'm just saying there are no mentions of sexy goblins in the Bible. And I'm not being disparaging about the Bible. I'm just being real. No sexy goblins in the Bible. And some people will tell you that that book has all the answers. I'm kidding. I've only got love in my heart. Don't worry, religious people. I'm not out to get anyone. I'm not out to stir any pots. Uncle Mikey, it's time to take your meds. How dare you? No, adorable. I'm not reading that out about me getting old. No. Dave is a wizard with a Krita chrome brush. Yeah, he's insane. Stop being sarcastic about Team Cram. The Film Cram team are amazing, man. It's okay if you can't keep up. We love your little behind. Thank you. Would you draw a gummy bird? Micro draw, I don't even know what that is. You've said just kidding, so I'm assuming it's something that makes me seem like an idiot. But I don't even know what a gummy bird is. Mikey, stop using that term. Wait, what's a gummy bird? Mikey, stop saying that. The police are going to come around your house. It's gummy bird code for, don't tell your mum, don't tell your mum, don't tell your mum or dad. Do you want to know something that's really messed up? That I was not aware of until the other day. Ah, now, what is the film? There is a Joker, the Joker Part 1. Now, I'm sure that this was probably all over the internet years ago, and I've only just heard about it today. They use a Gary Glitter song in Part 1 of the Joker, when he's dancing down the stairs or something. That's a very brave decision. Apparently Gary Glitter is not receiving royalties for the use of that song, which is also very interesting. But yeah, anyway. You have other friends. No, Cyber Wolfie, I see you. I'm your only friend. All you need is Mikey. He's gonna come beat you up. Seijin could destroy me online, for sure. Again, I'm not picking arguments. I love other people illustrating. Seijin is a fucking legend. I will still poke fun at people. Online, Seijin could destroy me, for sure. I'm just thinking, like, could he beat me up in real life if I was, like, at the top of a flight of stairs? I'm just trying to work out what his cardio is like. He's not always super well. Much love to the guy. I know he's not always super well. If I did a week of jogging, I'm not sure he could take me. Oh yeah, we've got a Discord. Guys, do you want to hang out in my Discord? You can. You're all welcome. There's extra bonus rooms for people who are subbed on Twitch, but we've got loads of other spaces where you can come vibe. Oh, in case is the artist and the writer, says Dee, for Alfie. Oh, so I am right. Yeah, okay, I got it right, yeah. Okay, so Alfie is a character, but the artist is in case. Okay, so I might not be familiar with Alfie, but I'm definitely familiar with, like, that universe and stuff. I've definitely seen some images, for sure. Okay, well, look, we've tidied her up just enough in the main key areas that we can say that we've got the rough design of her down. I just need to do a quick redraw of the lines of, like, the semi-transparent roby bit. I'm just going to pop onto a new layer real quick. Actually, no, let's stay on the same one because I need to erase as well. So I'm just going to skim down here. Then we're going to flatten some colour. I don't hate on anything except myself. I know, sometimes I hate my neighbours, but mostly I'm the same. The only person who ever has to live up to my standards is me. Everybody else is their own problem. Gummy Bird is a red parrot, famous on YouTube. From the original channel Hideaki Itsumi. Okay, Microdraw, I don't know who that is, unless... Is that where all the YouTube videos are... They're all really short, and it's like... Parrot laughs at camera and knocks over toy. And it's the red parrot that always looks really close to the camera and just goes... And you just see him, like... He'll knock over, like, a little arcade game, and he'll just go... Is that the one? I love that parrot. If we're talking about the same bird, I actually love that bird. Did they make the Joker gay in a Suicide Squad DLC? I feel like being traditionally hetero is like a character confinement that the Joker would break just for the sake of breaking it. I could imagine the Joker doing gay stuff, not because he's remotely interested in other fellas, but because he loves breaking the rules. Do you know what I mean? I'll put you, yeah, the Joker is like a very skilled. No, I'm not talking about the Joker Joaquin Phoenix, but in the lore of comic books, which I don't know anything about, the Joker is a highly skilled knife fighter in general. Like the Joker, I don't know what comic this is from. Am I remembering this correctly? But the Joker beats up Robin. Like, the Joker can take on Robin in a fight, which may not be saying much. I don't know which Robin I'm talking about. But yeah, he's not all talk. Can I join the Discord for real? Yeah, Microdraw, you might have to come over to Twitch, because I don't know if I have a Discord link in YouTube. But if you go into the YouTube stream in the description, this is to anyone on YouTube, if you look in the description of the live stream, it might not be here now, or it might be. And if it's not, it gets added later, after the stream gets logged. But there should be like one of those all my links that will just kind of take you to me on every single platform. And there'll be a Discord link in there. But yeah, if you guys are all trying to learn to draw or working on creative projects or just want to talk about video games or films that I like, or just want to hang out and vibe, you're all welcome to come disc record. Whiteboard artist, how you doing, dude? Unlike you, Mikey, Master Seijin can play through a full game of Beat Saber. So he's actually got his cardio down of excellent balancing skills. Okay, shit, maybe he could take me. Yeah, okay, if Seijin has played through a full game of Beat Saber, he could probably take me. Because I don't know if I've got that in me right now. Hawkalel, oh, thank you very much for saying, Hawk. Are you also talking about Stellar Blade? No, not yet, but soon I would like to. I would like to talk about Stellar... Oh yeah, so guys, I did look for that, by the way. I was like, hey, let's check out that Stellar Blade demo. Am I crazy? I could not find that on Steam. I was searching for a good old bit, and I couldn't see it at all. So that's why we ended up playing more Lords of the Fallen. I want you to know that I did look. I was trying to commit. Okay, so if this is like a drape bit that hooks up to her wrist or her ring, the bit of it that's like down here is going to be more... more like this, isn't it? And then like that. Huh, maybe none of it curves in. Might be like that on both sides. One sec. I'm not really too worried about the exact mechanics. I just want a vague idea of what it's supposed to be sort of pinned to and where it's going. Yeah, nothing else happens to Robin, Jason Todd. Yeah, he gets beaten up and then he has a nap and everything's fine. Over talk of narrative value on spicy work. Right, DD. Yes, sorry, thank you very much. You, yes, you do make a good point. Because in-case releases a lot of work page by page, right? And yeah, they've got stories. Stuff like, yeah, no, I agree. You get to know the character as they get smashed. But yeah, you want to, well, you make whatever you want, whoever you are, but there's definitely something to be said in my book for getting into the headspace of the scenario if it's a well-written one. I forget what it is, and I forget what the number is, but I know Ayatollah and Sam have like a particular, not necessarily their favourite, but I know that they've got like one that's like in their top 5. And I remember because like it's insanely well drawn, very degenerate, but it is like, it is as basic as several powerful elf fighters go into the goblin cave, have an unsuccessful time killing the goblins. That's like the start and end of the story. So it's horses for courses. Oh, it's only on PS5. Wait, Cyber Wolfie, you're in the credits of Beat Saber. Do you have like a record on it, or were you involved in the production? Say and I used to play Apex together. It was hilarious how bad he was. Yes, poor cardio. Saw that Beat Saber. PS5. It's only on PS5. Okay, okay. So if I look up for the... Fuck. If I look up for the demo then... If I hunt for the demo of Stellar Blade... For playing it this Sunday... I'm going to hunt for it on the PS5. And then we can play Stellar Blade on Sunday. Is that what I'm hearing? Why wait till Sunday? I'm hearing that there's a second chance for my Stellar Blade dreams. Okay, guys, basically done. Lovely. Let's stick some colour on. Number 1. Let's just bring these ears forward a little bit. I don't super love... So the problem is I'm worried that this is becoming a bit more of a weird tiara thing in her hair. It's supposed to be another example of that crystal shape. Again, details not important. Only life important. Lilu Dallas multi-stream. I just want to make sure that I'm still only on white bat audio. Let's turn off autoplay. Okay, cool. Right, I'm bursting for a wee. Precursor 2. I'm going for a really quick wee. I'll be right back with you. There we go. Let's snap on some tones in a quick sec. Tell me to record when I come back, please. And then I'll be 100% caught up on chat, I promise. Such a good demo. Hey Hannah, PS5 only. Can't wait for it to come out. Hey, I'm gonna give it a play then. I've heard good things about it. Ew. Yo, what's up? See ya. Right, let me just catch up real quick. Yes, you're correct about the bird. Awesome. Mikey, can Livy's friend use your Android drawing as a reference? Yeah, live your life. Boo, I want it on PC, boo. He beats up Jason Todd, who's the second Robin. Yes, I know this now, I know this. Robin number 1 is called Robin. Don't ask for details. And he grows up and he becomes Nightwing. And Nightwing is Batman after you've been reading Daredevil comics. But he's not in Gotham. He looks after like some town down the road, I don't know. Some shitty little city. Robin 2. Robin. Jason Todd. He gets beaten up by the Joker, possibly killed. Comes back as a Red Hood with a pair of handguns.
Very cool, way to go!
Mikey MM Mind, Mikey MM Mind.
Toby, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Robin number 3. Robin number 3 is a girl. And she gets shot in the spine and she ends up in a wheelchair and she becomes the Oracle? Question mark. Robin number 4 is Batman's Batman's test tube genetic son from the League of Shadows. From Ra's al Ghul? No, from Talia. Talia al Ghul's kid with Batman. And he's a real killer, I think. PSN exclusive for Stellar Blade. Hey Lone Wolf, how you doing? I must relearn the old ways, Lone Wolf. The classics when it comes to anime, it's big pregnant elf priestesses Step 2, learn to draw orcs. The wet spaghetti comment made me laugh earlier. Close details are hard. Yeah. I was making it and talking and not really thinking. And usually that's fine if you're just doing vague shapes. But it had turned into a horrible splat. Hey, Crest of Honor. Bonjour, Lone Wolf. Welcome back, Adorable. Skull, hating Skull Nasher. Yo, I'm just going to have a quick flick through the other platforms, make sure we're still streaming and smooth. So if you are someone who lives on the wonderful world of YouTube, I'm directly popping in for a hello. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Hi. Just waving to you guys. Real ones on the Mikey Mega Live channel. Right, let's kick. Oh! God bless you people on Kick. Seriously, if your name is Joa or Jazz or Jace on Kick, please check your subscriptions. Make sure you're not still subscribed to me on Kick. For the love of God, I feel really bad. And Facebook. Let's go over there. Hey, Facebook Live. The format of Facebook is really, really weird. Cuts out Regan and Green. Hi guys, lovely to see you. Okay, sweet. Cool, that's all still working basically. Jason Todd died. Don't be like that. Robin number 4 is Beardless Mikey. Get out of my life. Toby, how are you, man? Possibly killed, comes back as Red Hood. Spoilers, Marek. It's like that episode of the Transformers that made me laugh, when it's just like, is this the end of Optimus Prime? And then it's like, join us next week for the return of Optimus Prime. And it's just like, I wonder. Is this the end of Optimus Prime? Tune in next week for the return of Optimus Prime. Wouldn't the breast be pushed up a little from the hand underneath? MRG, how you doing? Yeah. They would, perhaps. When I was originally thinking about mapping them as well, I was like, okay, these boobs are actually going to be a bit more like they're not necessarily torpedoes, but like, if I'm mapping them over the curve of the surface, right, it's going to affect how much I'm going round like this. And yeah, with a hand underneath, we might even bump one up. But in the end, I thought, don't worry about it. I'm just working out the big, nice shapes for the sake of getting these sketch versions down. But yeah, if I was drawing her and bothering to create a proper illustration, I would have to be more cognizant of that. So I'm just going to say the main mass of the belly protrusions down here. I'm saying that we're still having fun like this. And then the belly's going down like this. And that hand, that's a magic hand, man. That's slipping into the nose zone. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, I did also think about. Wait, Caroline Keane? Oh, Caroline Keane is future Batman's Robin. Oh, is that where I know her from? The Dark Knight Returns? That must be where he fights Superman, right? Yeah. Oh, Dark Knight. Oh, you guys are literally talking about it. That was a good Batman. During the time mainly when he used the armoured suit and had the bat tank. Yeah, and there's that gang that are like underground mutants. Sorry if I seem very rude, but can I show you the game we're developing? There's 2 of us. In case, sorry for the disturbance. It's an action game deck builder with 2D pixel art. Walk, seeing as you've been so polite, you're welcome to whisper me a link to it. I will happily take a look. Do you have like a website you're working on? You won't be able to promote it in chat, unfortunately. But you can whisper me a link. Scroll up if you want the full Robins list. Now you're right, mate. Can I send the Twitter link? Yeah, just whisper it to me. Yeah, I'll have a look. Right, let's dump in some colour real quick. There are clips there. I'm probably not going to, like, I'll have a look. I'm probably not going to sit through the clips just to manage your not to dump on what you're doing at all, by the way. Anyone who's trying to make a creative project is very cool. But to manage your expectations for my interaction this evening, I'll probably take a look at it. That's all I'm going to do. Okay, one sec. Let's get a recording. Jump under here. Now, I've got the color palette layer from these ones, so I'm really roughly and really quickly color pick that. Go over here. The pregnant one's showing an awful lot of skin, actually. I think it's probably because I was live. Oh, Jesus Christ! Thank you. I think it's because we're live streaming this one. I've kind of probably even tightened her up more than I did the others. Ino cosplaying as an elf. Yeah, she's got. Oh, she does have an Ino haircut. You're correct. This one's too sweet. Not for Ino. Has anybody kept up with Boruto? And is it at all worth ever looking into? Not the anime, but reading. I'm assuming, as somebody who's read all the way through the Great Ninja War of Naruto Shippuden, I can just be done. I don't need any more of that, right? Like, it's not like it's groundbreakingly amazing. That's basically what I'm waiting to hear. But nobody's going to be like, oh, it's so groundbreaking, it redefines the entire Naruto arc. Oh, Hawk, thank you. Oh, I've got Haunter in here. Oh, Haunter! Haunter! Yes, sorry, dude, Haunter. Yeah, I wanted you to tell me about your Apex thing. Haunter. Yes. Thank you very much for the invite, dude. I appreciate that. I don't like my chances just because I'm more finals now. That's exactly what I told you to send me, Haunter. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, do I have a whisper from Hawked? One sec, I'll just reset my browser. Hawked, did you whisper me here or did you DM me on Twitter? Don't bother, it's trash compared to Naruto. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Boruto, the search for more money. They make new characters interesting and relevant by nerfing everyone else. So, am I right in thinking Naruto? And so I never watched the very, very end of, and apparently I did not realize this in the manga, because I did read to the end of a manga, and I must have just missed the bit where they lost their arms. So, and I never watched the end fight in the anime, but I heard they reanimated it, and they reanimated the fight at the end of OG Naruto as well, apparently. But like, Naruto and Sasuke both have one arm, right? So is that like, were they doing that? Were they, so like, is it called the Circle of God? Where you get your whole hand inside of your partner and your partner gets their whole hand inside of you? Like you're both on all fours facing opposite directions? And then they both pinched off too hard and they lost their arms. Is that how it, I think that's how it happened. Like I said, I haven't been reading it. Stop. Okay. It does break ground and change of Naruto's story in realizing that Sasuke should have killed Naruto. Oh, really? Wait, Sasuke picks a fight with Naruto again after they've already settled things. Oh, they're just rehashing. I am still not convinced that you should be the ninja to lead the... Oh, God, alright, forget it. I contacted you here because maybe with the game developer verify badge, people aren't suspicious. But I should contact you directly on Twitter. Sorry for my bad English. Hoact, what's your preferred language? No, Hoact, the only reason I'm asking, dude, is I can't see your whisper. I'm just going to reset my browser again. I can't see your whisper in Twitch. So I'll have a look on, I'll see if you're in my messages. No, but I can't see you on Twitter either. I just, Hoact, again, thank you, Hoact, thank you. You're doing this the right way, as in you're being very not self-advertising and very polite. But I can't quite see where you've actually sent me the link. That's all. It's exactly the same as their fight in pre-Shippuden. You never answered my question about lighting on pale skin. Ah, don't. That's my answer. Never light pale skin. I've never seen you draw anyone pregnant. I'm not pregnant. I just haven't been going to the gym very much. Crest of Honor 23. Number 1, rude. Okay, because I'm clearly a guy and I'm just getting big. And I've joined the gym, so hey, don't bring that energy over here, Crest. don't be like that. I'm working on it. Man, Mikey, I've never seen you drawing so pregnantly before. Damn. Crest coming in hard, man. Crest takes no prisoners. Shit. Wow, alright, it'd be like that, huh? It'd be like that. Too many muffins. The problem is that's perfectly accurate, because I spent the entirety of last weekend eating loads of muffins. Because I knew I wasn't going to be allowed to eat muffins anymore, because I had to go on a diet. So I had like 8 muffins. Right, all Saturday and Sunday I was putting them away. Hey man, look, we've all got our demons, man. We've all got our battles. Hey Yummy Tours, how you doing, man? Education first, so I'll send it to you on Twitch. Yes, Hawk, send me the link in a whisper on Twitch, or send it as a DM on Twitter. Both are fine. Who's the spectral man? Alright, I'm not having fun anymore. It was a wild weekend, mate. It could be any one of 5. That's weird. Why isn't this? Was that just selected an area? Do you ever just get a thing where you're living your life colouring in, and then randomly, for no discernible reason, Photoshop is just like, yeah, do you know that normal brush you're using? How about if it's a difference brush? Look, it's gone into scatter highlight. No wonder it wasn't working. I was like, sorry. Gained 5 pounds before starting a diet. Yeah. Well, you know what they say? If you're going to roll a marble down a hill, it's better to start off from a high point and give it a sharp incline, and that marble will roll faster. If you're lower down and the slope is gentle, the marble doesn't roll as quickly. So if you're gonna start pre-dieting, you wanna pop on a load of carbs, bounce your body up so it can drop back down again. None of this is good knowledge. Here I thought you met Cavill. Yeah. Why do you know that it's Henry Cavill? Look at Mikey pretending to be straight again. But we all know he's just one meeting away from Henry Cavill. The only chink in his heterosexual armor. Rolling is not a formidable exercise solution. I've tried. What the fuck is a marble? I can't fucking help you. Happens to you with a bucket tool. That's one of my things that I randomly despise about this current version of Photoshop. Is the bucket fill gradient tool. In my day, you literally just selected it and drew a line, and it would make a gradient from your A color to your B color in your Photoshop menu. Now, it's like a whole rigmarole where you have to go into your gradient swatches pattern and manually recolor pick the individual ends. Oh, it's just like they've turned like a really simple drag and drop process into a multi-click system. Hate it. Yeah, we all know that. Yeah, that is true. That is the only reason I have a gym membership. Have you ever done art for a game? Crest, I have not ever done art for a published video game, no. Although I'm open to the idea, except that I don't have any spare time compared to the things that I want to do, and I don't take commissions. I've been asked a few times to join in on a few different interesting projects, and I've had to turn all of them down. Gradient map, yeah, that's what I'm bitching about. Dominic! Hey Mikey, I saw so many tutorials where everyone is using the magic tool and fill the color. I just want to know, is there a specific reason why you're doing it manually? I'm very stubborn, Dominic. I am a stubborn man. So Dominic, number one. Seeing as you've asked, these are just some rough sketches. If you look at the lady on the left, and the lady we did before that, I'm just doing some roughly blocked sketches so that I've got the main character designs, the main ideas out. And what I'm basically getting at is that my line art right now is not super clean. I'm just been carving into this, but there's load. Oh, gee, sorry, wrong layer. Scrolling on the wrong layer. Go on, there you go. Here we go. Now, if we scroll in here, actually everything's really dirty and messy and edgy with all my greys. So if I start using a magic wand tool to select an area, look at that. That's disgusting. Look at it. Look at it. Dominic. So like it's stopping the line because actually there's all these grays and shadows. So I would not be even receiving clean selection areas. No, but you can modify it and change the, trust me, it's not worth it. So because I'm just doing some flats for a rough sketch, I'm going in with a hard edge tool because then I'm just falling back to traditionally placing it exactly where I want to place it. And also, oh Jesus, wrong layer again. As well as that is that although when it comes to doing proper illustrations where I have cleanly laid out the areas, I will often use the lasso tool to follow lines and pick areas and yeah, color drop. But the reason why every now and then I still go back to literally manually doing it like this is because it's therapeutic. It's nice for me. If I spend ages trying to get my head round doing really nice line art and I've finally got all that line art really clean, if I'm short of time and I need to be producing something, yeah, lasso tool, paint bucket. If I'm sitting here on Twitch or YouTube and I'm chatting with you guys and only really paying 50% attention and 50% attention to you, and we're just dossing around and taking it easy, then yeah, drop back to being 5 years old. No, older than that. Drop back to being 12 years old, colouring in because you barely have to use any of your brain. It's like a little mental break after you've been trying to get your line art so correct. Turn off your mind, relax, talk to chat. Remember Calvin and Hobbes, all that sort of stuff. I once had a kid round my house. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Once when I was a kid, I had a friend round my house. Okay. Okay, Jesus. That almost became a problem. And, I left the room for a bit to go make some tea. And when I came back into my room, because I had Calvin and Hobbes open, and as you guys know, Calvin and Hobbes is one of the loveliest comics you can ever read as a kid. So I had a load of Calvin and Hobbes open on the floor in my bedroom. And I came back with a cup of tea, and he was colouring in the Calvin and Hobbes. He'd got out my colouring pencils, and he was just sitting there, and he was colouring in the Calvin and Hobbes panels. And I was just like, what are you doing? Because from his point of view, it was just a colouring book. I was just like, oh no. So long story short, colouring in could be nice. Colouring in could be nice. Is Mikey Jules streaming right now? Is it just on YouTube? D-man, yeah, I'm multi, dude. I'm multi. You'll probably notice every time I get to a YouTube comment, I've probably answered like 5 other comments from people who don't exist. And this isn't really a healthy thing to have to keep saying to people, but I'm not being schizophrenic. I'm just reading chat from other platforms. I would ask you to draw illustrations for my game, but honestly, your art's too clean and cute for my dismal BS. Oh, thank you. If I ever was gonna, like, make artwork for a game that ate into my time, anything outside of, like, getting committed to a very professional project, if I was ever going to do some short-term casual stuff, it would be only because, like, I want to, like, vibe with you guys. So, like, I know that some of you guys are learning Unreal Engine. One of my mods has been deving and developing a game on and off. So, like, I don't make the spare time, and I don't have the spare time. But if I ever was going to do it, it would be to vibe with, like, projects with my friends. Other than that, I would just have to genuinely want to be in the mood to commit to an actual video game art project. And I genuinely have not had that feeling. I used to follow some game artists here on Twitter, in fact. On Twitch, I should say. And they were just constantly making assets. Weeks and weeks and weeks of different assets. And some of those assets were really cool. Some of them are pretty benign. Some of them are environments. Some of them are creatures. So they're working on these like kind of indie dev games, and it looked really, really good. And honestly, my gut reaction was just, fuck, they're working so hard. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And then they were talking about trying to find spare time to do the artwork that they want to do. And it's like, oh. Ugh. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I've also got these wing bits. Little flappies. Your tutorials help me a lot. Toxic, hey, thank you for saying. I'm sure you get this a lot, says Sassy Potato. Tips for those starting out. Sassy, tips for those starting out. Do get your practice in, whatever the word practice means to you. So that might be the 5 pillars of artwork, you know, stuff, and or stuff. Ask someone else for the specifics. Like, learn about perspective and light and shadow, a little bit of color theory, anatomy. You don't have to learn all of anatomy, just some basic shapes. But get a few little key bits under your skin to help you with your drawing in a very general sense. And you might want to work out what's best for you. You might spend half of the time you spend drawing, you might spend it doing your practice, again, for whatever that means. Drawing to get better, improve your technical skills, or have a feel for storytelling. But, as a newbie, I would say don't go nuts. Don't go mental about that practice thing. Still spend your time drawing whatever the things are that made you like drawing. Still spend your time chilling out in front of the TV, completely zoning out, drawing giant robots, big busty elves, whatever it is that does it for you. Don't lose that feeling. Don't immediately make drawing a job. If you're just like want to practice and get into it, remember to do the bits that your brain actually enjoys doing. Clip Studio has an anti-overflow wand. Yeah, so I don't know the mechanics, but I have seen many of the Clip Studio artists manage to take their G-Pen line art and then somehow treat it like it's vectors with incredibly clean edges to select and fill. And that's just another argument for why Clip Studio is something that I should have moved across into but never did. Oh hey Kat, how you doing? It's so therapeutic. I tried to do lasso, but I love painting in the flats. Yeah, it speaks to like some old feeling of colouring in. So now I'm just doing white on another layer. And I'm keeping this one separate because this will be transparent.
Hello there.
Hello, thank you for the follow. If Wonder Woman has giga abs, if she gets pregnant, would they still be visible? I'm trying to remember. I feel like I've seen a muscle-building pregnant lady before on, like, Instagram or something. It's all about whether or not there's the definition, but, like, also with the roll of the belly, are they more stretched out into a flat vibe? Good luck with your research. MeWe. Is that MeWe? Damn. Hey, how you doing? Hey, Waffles. Mikey's not an artist, he's a content creator.
Hello.
We can't play that song. Whenever I play that song, I get copyright struck on YouTube. I used to be an artist. Now it's all about the content. Actually makes me want to cry. Taryn, hello there, how you doing? That's how it keeps tracks of lines. Oh wait, when you use that tool, does Clip Studio do like a temporary vector adjustment on your line art or something? Like it temporarily turns your line art into vector layers without you having to do stuff. That's pretty cute. Let's just pick some dark. Don't worry about it being really weirdly inconsistent. That's just where I haven't overcolored it in white. Oh, we've come to the end of our synth Whitebat audio. Thank you, Mr. Whitebat. Do you happen to have another very similar sounding album? Yes, you do. Thank you. Oh, here we go. This one's supposed to be... Oh, no, it's too short. Sci-fi synth. Oh, how unusual. Let's try that one. I'm being snarky about free audio content from an awesome content creator. Alien in Beanland. You normally just do your line art in vector layers. Hawkercell, I'm really relaxing watching you. Oh, hey, Hawkercell, awesome, thank you. Let me just double check. Do I just have a message from you? No, no, I don't. Wait, do I have a notification? No. Right, in your own time. Oh, hey, Taryn. How you doing, you gorgeous thing? Taryn, I'm multi-platforming. No need to be impressed. Tea time with Taryn. Oh, it was very nice vibing in your stream the other day. I'm so sorry you're Canadian. Get well soon. I had no idea. Sorry, that's the shit that I like to say to people. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's not covered. It's not covered here. Hyperball, welcome back. How you doing? Thanks for popping in. So you were vibing with, I want to say, monarch butterflies? And I had a snoop at your Instagram. You got lots of awesome animal illustrations. Kind of killing it. Oh look, I've got this turned on, don't I? I had my symmetry turned on. That was easy mistake. I've got to stop zooming in. The only reason I'm giving it time is because I'm chatting to you guys. I should really just be dipping in and out and very quickly just laying this down. We're supposed to be working on the other character by now. But here we are. You've sent me 2 messages. You've sent me 2 messages on Twitter. Wait, have you sent it to my Mikey Mega Mega or my Megaverse? Closest a Viceroy, which looks totally like a monarch. Number 1, I like that you... Taryn, are you a teacher by any chance? I like that you gave me a positive response before you corrected me, Taryn. You've managed my emotional cycle of change very well then. Sending Mikey a DM is like playing a lottery, but it's so lovely to see you, Bill. I just had a clusterfuck of a Helldivers match. Oh! Vesnan, thank you for reminding me. I knew that there was another game that I wanted to try playing because it looked like a laugh. Especially if you really get into it and become like a Starship Troopers fascist human supremacist. Roleplay, obviously. It was Helldivers. Is Helldivers worth it, guys? Are people still playing that, or is it over? Have I missed the boat? I think Helldivers got really big when I wasn't here. I'm not a teacher, but I wouldn't mind teaching you a thing or two. Taryn. I'd love to learn Taryn's tricks. The Taryn techniques. Gonna make me blush, mate. I'm just saying, when you disconnect from the internet, you don't mess around. Oh, yeah. When I'm out, I'm out. I've got one super clear rule. And that rule's for all of you guys, which is... I'm always pleased to see all and any of you. I expect nothing from you. Come and go as you please. Hang out with me on the internet if you'd like to. I'm grateful for the company. you're beholden to nothing. But I apply that rule as liberally to myself as I apply it to you guys. Helldivers really turned me off because I can't play it. Oh, is it really hard? It's basically hold for fort, right? It's just a giant hold the fort game against space bugs. Wait, we're not allowed to be human supremacists. Oh yeah, maybe we are. No, I mean it in like a. I mean, yeah, okay, human supremacy I'll allow. Okay, look, we're all welcome here. But I mean in terms of like, I meant it in terms of like a future fascist dystopian vibe, circa the Verhoeven movie. You guys need to fill in the gaps of what I can't remember right now, linguistically. Oh, it's really buggy as well. Space bugs. Possibly robots in another galaxy. You're a one and done. Starship Troopers, thank you very much. So I'm a bit like that. That's why I like playing. So I'm usually only ever doing one at a time, but that's usually why I like being into one of those games, i.e. Apex, the finals, something else. Invert. For me, it's a case of like, I can usually listen to a YouTube video or a podcast, do about 2 hours of work, make another cup of tea, have a biscuit, come back upstairs, and then play like a few rounds of deathmatch on something, and then do another couple hours of art whilst listening to more like audiobooks or something. By the way, if you are ever feeling poorly or down in the dumps or uncreative, do not listen to The Shining on audiobook. That will not increase your mental health. That will not put you in a good place. Hey, let's do these ones as well. Helldiver's full of bots for now. Oh, the buggy bit is a joke because it's full of... Oh, okay. Okay. I don't even know if this one has blue eyes. Let's just do this. Also filling in the gaps. This one does not actually have blonde hair. This one is more... It's going to be more kind of silvery grey. But I'm putting down the exact same base colours for the moment. But I might just nudge the saturation off of this, depending on how much the values match the grey in the background. But if you colour in grey on grey, it's very hard to see if you've left gaps. So I'll stick with the colour. Does he know chat? Do I know chat? Does he know? Do I know? I know you, Callus. I've been using a UG M708 drawing tablet for years. I'm looking to upgrade to a new one. Do you have any recommendations? Nintendo Ninja 64. I do not have any up-to-date recommendations. I never responded to Huion and XP Pen when they were trying to send me their new line of tablets. I just ghosted them. So they stopped bothering. However, I would basically say, as far as brands are concerned, your best value for money in a relatively trustworthy product, XP Pen or Huion are my favourite two. Their products are usually pretty damn good. And the value for money is way better than looking at Wacom products. Is this for a small project? Trey, how you doing, man? Yeah, it is actually. It's a tiny bit of world building where do you know what? I've been threatening to draw a map all evening. I'll sketch something really rough out before we do the next one. So basically, dude, in this kind of like fantasy world, the High Elves have two main power structures. One is the High Elf royal family, and the other is the religious side, where it's like the wise High Elf priestesses worship the Great Crystal. And so there's 5 like top priestesses, known as the Elvenheim 5, or the 5 Wisdoms. So we have the pregnant one. On the left, we've got Victoria's actually one of my OCs. She was one of them. She's not now, but we're drawing her in there anyway, because her replacement comes later. And then the leader one is a bit more Galadriel princessy-esque. So then we need to do the short one, Little Miss Big Tits, and we need to do the other one who's a bit like Victoria, but with some different design stuff. Yes. And yes, this pregnant elf has an Eno haircut. She's not actually a blonde. Or, no, she's more platinum blonde than this. But, I'm just keeping it in colour so that I know what I've coloured in so far. Look how you ghosted, you joke, but look how you ghosted that sweet Galman lady. I do. I might actually, there might be something wrong with how I manage myself in relationships. Because I did ghost my contact to Galman. And she was a genuinely lovely lady. So, no, that... We both, you know what the details are. You know that was a miscommunication. Nothing more. Nothing more. Ah, damn it. We could have had kids by now, for all I know. Right, so let's just suck the saturation out of this one. Haven't given her any blue highlights. Let's just try filling in these bits. That might do the trick. Hey, Gumball. Heim for Heim. Spirit, get out! I'm alright. Oh, I love world building. I remember your OC time has passed. My OC time has passed. Oh, are you talking about Victoria? On the left. Wait. Within the law, is she permanently pregnant? No, she's not. Like from magic. Yeah, no, she just happens to be pregnant right now. Yeah, so, by the way, you are like, in terms of like thematically, her motherly magic is part of a protection magic that protects Elvenheim. So like, they're all very generously chesty because they've swelled up with crystal magic energy. But that's not the case for the pregnancy. But it's a very good question. My gut instinct is to add just a tiny bit more blue, maybe in her little wing bits. I think that's a bit too much. Can I put a little crystal symbol on her knees? Also, thank you for the follow. it's gonna be this, isn't it? Right. Just get some really yellowy highlights. Again, I'm just being really rough and ready. Yeah, so you can still have made her line work way cleaner than this one. I left this one up to be a standard of, like, don't overwork it, you're wasting time. But I think it's just because we're sitting here chatting. I was just like, oh, okay, let's clean this up more. Anyway, we've done 3 out of 5, which is very good work. So I'm just going to export a flat copy real quick. Key, I believe that's done the trick. Yes. So now I'm just going to drop her into this one. I love the lingerie details. Thank you, Adorbs. Wilder Copley, how you doing, dude? Called highlights. You highlighted everything. Yeah. It's fine. I just need to bring up the tone from dark to a little lighter. Right. Oh, have I made 3? Oh no, I'm on the wrong file. There we go. Right, so next up, I'm gonna make myself, I think, a fresh cup of tea. Yeah, actually, yeah. Before we crack on, let me go make a tea, and I'll be right back with you. Let's put that one over there. Okay. Actually, I'll break up the recording as well. Sorry if you explained, but is this a doujin? Yeah, it's kind of for a doujin. Yeah. Well, not a doujin. Doujin's from an existing universe. This is but yeah, same energy for sure. Sick prick. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, let me just go make a cuppa, and we'll take it nice and easy in the next one. We probably won't finish the next one tonight, but we'll start sketching it out. Talk amongst yourselves. Have a little rest. See you shortly. Cup of tea, Taryn. There are more Latino ecchi artists than before. I say this because I'm Mexican. Oh, yeah. We were talking about this the other day when we were talking about Dragon Ball fandom. We were like, sure, you've got Japan, but like, you ain't ready for Latin America. Like, Latin America beyond that. Cup of tea, everyone. Hey, thank you for holding on. I've just put some potato waffles in the air fryer, seeing as it's a weekend. Seeing as it's Friday. I've got some treats coming tomorrow, but again, I'm only allowed to eat them during the weekend. To eat some donuts tomorrow coming in my food shop. They better not run out. The bakery section is the one thing that never fucking turns up in my food shopping. It's got a really small sell-by-date turnaround. Hey Tia, how you doing? Hey Trey. Hey Sora. She reminds me of Ino, except for the ears. Yeah, she's she absolutely has an Ino Naruto haircut. Are you planning to create an art piece of Stellar Blade anytime soon? I've still not played it, mate. It was only earlier this evening that people explained to me that the reason why I couldn't find the demo on Steam is because it's a PS5 exclusive. I was trying to play it last weekend, I couldn't see it. So I will try to download it. Actually, I'll try to download it tonight when I go to bed. With any luck, I'll play it tomorrow or the day after. We'll stream it. And then, depending on my opinions, we shall see, we shall see. Right, I'm just going to doss around for a little bit whilst my food is in the air fryer. It'll just take 10 minutes. No, I wanted a tiramisu, but you can only buy them in really large packs, and I don't want to eat an entire family well, I want to, but I shouldn't eat an entire family portion of tiramisu. They also had like a pecan roulade, but I know that they're pretty big as well. Too much for one boy. I think it would be on brand that when Mikey disappears for months on end, it's because he's getting sucked into the Fey realm through a mushroom circle in his garden. Then when he comes back, he draws what he encountered. He gets so well, is this my cry for help? They put a spell on me, Bill. I can't directly tell you what I saw, but I can draw it. Yo-yo isekai, you go in and out. Shiny Opai. Hi, Mikey. Hello, Shiny. I love your content. You've inspired me to get better at my drawing. Thank you for everything. Hey, thank you very much for saying, Shiny. You're welcome, dude. Best wishes for your own artwork. Question! Are you open for commissions? Trey, I'm so sorry, I'm not. I haven't been open for commissions since about when I started drawing. I've never taken commissions, dude. And although I've been invited for various interesting projects, there's just other things that I want to do, and it's taking up all my time. But thank you for even asking or considering me. I do appreciate it. But I've just got too much on. Oh, this tea is amazing. Yeah, sorry I'm just sitting here, guys, but there's literally no point me putting a pencil to the page. All I can think about is just popping downstairs again and having that snack, and it'll be ready very, very soon. We've run out of donuts, so we've replaced them with these high fructose oat and rice crackers. Oh, it sounds delicious, Spirit. Is that a personal experience you've had with your food shopping? Treats coming tomorrow. I don't think I remember booking a fly. You're you're coming with us to Japan, aren't you, Taryn? I'll book you a flight to come hang out with me. I'll give you a tour of southern England. But I'd only book you a one-way ticket. I'm a very greedy man. Your friends and family would never see you again. Maybe it's a curse. Curse of falling into an elven wonderland. I don't know if this one, if I'm describing what I saw, if I'm trying to draw my way out of having to pay for childcare. Hey, I will draw. Let's draw that map. So, now. This map's going to be rubbish. And it's not official. Now. Basically, whilst I was stripping the wallpaper off of my bedroom, I stripped off and got this really cool patch of like the under part of wallpaper left on the wall. And basically it made for a really good series of continents. So I took a photo of it. I'm very, very careful with my phone photos. My gallery? Oh, photos. What's... This is how often I open it. Welcome to photos. What's new in photos? You can now divide your photos into albums. We'll come back to it later. Photos wants to access your Apple... Jesus. Oh shit, all my photos are full of carpet samples. I won't share just in case we scroll too far. Here we go. I don't expect you to see the details, but the patch made for this really cool continental curve. So just the northern continent for the moment. We've got other lands over there. Hey Nukes, yeah, these are OCs. These are our elven priestess maidens. Can I send you some art on Discord? Yeah, we've got an art sharing room, dude. Who's the knocked up elf? So this one is one of the Elven 5. So they're the 5 main priestesses of the High Elves. That's the continent. I'm just drawing a really quick map so that I can explain my BS. So this is the leader, who's the vaguely Lothlorien one. Then we've got Victor. It's Victor. It's not Victoria. It's Victoria in English. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I'm waiting for my food. Anyway, there's another one, and then we've just done the 3rd one over here. These are just rough, so that we've got our shape language. But I'm just drawing out the map of continents based off of my wallpaper pattern. Right, when I took the wallpaper off a wall, it left loads of little bits. And it created the perfect series of maps. It was really good. Right, so over here, basically there's a... I'm just changing this bit to meet my needs. Over here is a ring of mountains. And so here is like a little island with the great crystal. And then we've got little... Is it a tributary? So we've got the Great Holy River. And so here's the sea lock. Where the sea becomes the lake of the Great Crystal, which is bathed with magic energy. And then here is Elvenheim. And it's got 2 towers that go up the side of each mountain range. And the royal family's in one tower. And the religious maiden one's on the left tower. And then a river flows through it. And basically, this heads down to the most northern mixed city, which is like a big port city. So let's say that this is a cove, so that there's good safe harbor for boats. So this is like a Lufridrel or something like that. And so this is a joint city that's elven and human run. So this is a really good mixed one. And it's also the main port from the Southern Lands. Mostly up here is elven territory. Many forests. How do you draw trees on a map? Bundle shapes, right? And then in this kingdom, slavery is allowed. And then in this kingdom, in this direction, there's more humans and dwarves. And then off down in this direction, this continent here is the one that has the great tree, and this is the continent that's got like all the wood elves and stuff. And if you keep going that way, then you've got the sand elves and other different creatures and stuff. So anyway, these 5 are vibing here, and so if you imagine it's like a range of mountains. And the river comes out. And so Elvenheim's kind of like built up and into it on 2 sides. The valley goes down through and in. But imagine it's very magical and elfy. It's not like a city, it's a lovely elfy vibe. And then far beyond in the distance is the island of the Great Crystal. Doing its thing, which is a holy site. The royal family's in one tower and the priestesses are in the other. And we're not allowed in either. Correct, Bill? To set foot on this island and not be an elf is death. However, there's a lot of dodgy things going on, which we'll soon discover. But that's their holy site, the Island of the Great Crystal. And this is the source of the High Elves' power, so this is resonating with power. And in the chamber at the top of the tower, what happens is the 5 elf priestesses, they all stand around. Imagine that they're holding hands. I've drawn them too far apart. But they all stand around a massive shard of the Great Crystal. Similar in design. And basically, it's like a transfer point of Great Crystal energy. So it's all vibing from the Great Crystal, but they both resonate harmonically. And then all these elf ladies draw their power from the Great Crystal, and they all wear crystals that give them their various magic powers. There's more crystal stuff out there. Is Mikey talking about crystals again? Ever since he's been hanging around on those alternative websites again. I'd love to save Nightbot. But basically, they all pray and hang around and harmonize with the Great Crystal and hold hands and wear very little. And the crystals vibrate, and for 5 of them to hold hands around the crystal, they have to get quite tight to the crystal. And the crystal does a lot of vibrating at crotch level, and they love praying around the crystal. And anyway, it gives them a lot of power there. And then this nation's powerful and prosperous. This is the one where, following the 300 Years' War, it was agreed to have a nation. It was agreed to have a city on their continent that was mixed race. And then the slavery one's down here. Like I say, there's a whole thing going on. Anyway, so all in these northern dominances, things are really good and everything's really safe. But things are a little bit not as well charted as they should be up here. And nobody knows what's been coming into here for a while. So we gotta. There's a whole thing going on. So that's vaguely what's going on. Anyway, so long story short, in that tower on the left, hanging around the crystal that helps transfer energy from the Great Crystal to the main city that gives their people great prosperity, are 5 priestess elves, the most powerful and apparently wise elf priestesses. This one, that one here, and this one. And so we have yet to draw 2 more. One of them we've already designed, which is, for want of a better term, Little Miss Big Tits. This one on the left. And then we need to do one more as well, which is, I want to give her like maybe a little bit of a Sephiroth look, but make her very curvy and powerful as well. So we're getting there, we're getting there. However, my food is done, so I'm just going to go down and smash a snack. Crystals? Is this Final Fantasy? Crest knows, Crest knows. It's a little bit Final Fantasy, isn't it? But no, it's not those crystals. Mikey, are there already existing sketches from your elves, or is this just the really first time? No, so I've done some sketches. This one here is a much more simplified and roby version. So basically we sketched them on stream ages ago. I've drawn Little Miss Big Tits at least twice. The sketchy one in the middle is a slightly, some areas are more detailed, but this is the rough of that. I always wanted to have a pregnant one, but we never really locked down the design, so that one we've done today. But we've never actually locked down the 5th one. And actually there's a 6th one, because this one, Victorielle, she actually leaves and goes into a different universe, don't worry about it. And she gets replaced with... Her replacement comes from a tower on the right. She gets replaced with a member of the royal family who joins them to help secure the political divide that's been happening. Like, the elven politics move very slowly over hundreds of thousands of years. But in order to breach the divide between a royal side and a religious side, they bring over one of the royal members and make her one of the 5 as well. Which is, unfortunately... What do you call it when your dad's an actor, so you get to be an actor? Essentially, it scoots her quickly up into a position that she may not necessarily be ready for. Is this Breaking Bad of all the crystals? Yeah. By the way, crystal is code for meth. They're all on meth. OGW, how you doing, man? Ogwe Eldre, hello there. I just joined the stream. I have no idea what you're talking about. But thank you for the... no idea. What are you talking about, man? But thank you for the tutorials over the years. I can't super chat. Oh, don't worry, mate. I never worry about that. But one day I'll make you proud. Take care. Yo, Ogwe, thank you very much for the kind message. Best wishes in your art journey, dude. Are the dumplings servant protectors? No, so the dumplings... The dumplings can be found on this continent. Somewhere in here, somewhere. And maybe the continent on the right or the left. Dumplings be dumping. Do your elves also live long lives? Yeah, they're long-lived. Nepotism. Thank you very much, guys. Alright, so that's the map. Of a rough concept. Again, sorry to dip in and out. Mikey go food, Mikey go eat. Mikey hungry. Oh, hey. Oh, that playlist wasn't very long compared to the last one. Let's put on another white bat audio. Industrial Dark Synth. Again. 4-hour retro synth playlist. Alright then. This is why, by the way, if you're on another platform, thank you for vibing, I do appreciate it. You might want to consider hanging out on Twitch, because I do more art streams on Twitch than doing them on other platforms. Because if I only do it on Twitch, I basically get to play any music I want. So I hang out here more. Whereas when we stream on multi-platforms, I can only really play copyright safe stuff, and it seems to always be synth. Right, see you in a sec. Ayatollah, thank you for vibing. Have a wonderful evening. Oh, wow, I feel amazing now. Very full up. Oh, great. I just joined and you went out for lunch. Welcome back, me. Alright. Hey, Yosef. Since your elves live longer lives, it made me wonder how far along the pregnant elf currently is. Ah. I don't have the exact details. But she's near the end of term. Not super near, but nearish. Have you properly chewed? I'm more of a duck, I'm more of a gagger. So, put this here. Start recording. Start off with some symmetry. This one is probably vaguely the same height. Maybe a little bit taller. Start off nice and rough. Don't worry about any details. So this is also going to be another really, like, busty, roby one. So the one that we just did was a bit, like, tight in her design. This one's going to be a bit more flowy in robe and hair. I kind of feel that... that kind of, who's the maiden from Goblin Slayer? They had quite a roby, flowy maiden in that. I forget her name. Totoya Kami, how you doing? Is this one going to be the small one? No, we'll save her for last. She's the one that I've drawn the most. Whereas this one I actually have to... This one we actually haven't designed yet. Their primary export is back pain. They teach magics to some people, and they export bits of crystal, which people like because they're full of vitamin C. They're full of magic. You can use them to artifice and magic up stuff and ting. They also have a strong export in silk. Full of magic. They're all full of magic, these ones. No, I was going to give her a strong stance, but the truth is that the little one's going to have a... The little one's going to have a strong stance. So I'll keep her legs separate. So sweep out and sweep in. Let's go bold with hips to upper body. Go down a little bit with that hip bone before we start getting ahead of ourselves. Not just lust energy. Kiteser, come on now. How dare you? Rich with lust. It's crystal energy, thank you very much. I can't believe you guys don't believe in crystal healing. Got a lot of closed minds in chat today. Let's tighten this in and lower it. So when I'm going back up to the torso, I'm just trying to remember to slip that symmetry back on. Just to reduce the amount of like little edits that I do. One of these arms and hands I might move, but just stick them in for the sec. Just sweeping some shape into the legs, getting that thick bit just below the torso. I'm just kind of erasing and pushing that line out just to see how much I like the curve or how much I don't. Did the crystal make the girl pregnant? The crystal did not. I find a symmetry tool useful if you just need to map out an idea and get a character. What I've got here is just rough character designs. It's not a character sheet. It's the closest thing I've got to it for the moment. It's my roughs. And it's a great opportunity for a symmetry tool if they're just standing there. Also, any face-on character, symmetry can be quite helpful because it just helps you overcome your left or right-handed bias. But the moment you start to try making a drawing that's a bit more dynamically posed, it's like, okay, well, symmetry's out the window. I find symmetry tool useful for very specifically just these sorts of moments. Or if I'm doing like architecture or something. Repeating patterns, actually? Do you know what? Actually, it's got a load of uses. Being too disparaging of old symptom. Oh man, I had it right the first time. Can I bring that in a bit? Monkey, your guides helped me be a not safe for work artist. Oh, and I even earn money through this. Thank you so much for the great tips. Yo, Jackal. Glad to hear it, dude. Best wishes. Thank you very much for saying, man. We're entering my pre-bedtime zone at the moment where I'm all quiet and thinking about snacks. I'm sleepy, but I just want to rough up a base for our next lady before I call it a night. So we're just scratching in some lines. Oh, that ratio will do. Excuse me. Let's get a little bit chesty real quick. Now, how generous is Victoria compared to this one? I want to have similar boobage. This one might be a bit more torpedo-y, maybe? But we'll still have to rein it in because we've got the small ones actually got the biggest crystal assets. Oh dear, those little elbow joints giving off the wrong idea there. They'll be hoiked up a little bit thanks to the robes. And then hair will be a bit Sephiroth-y. See you later, Micro. Thanks for vibing. A tentacle cult. A tentacle cult. That sounds like an entirely different project. I saw you long years ago. Now it's my first comment. Hey, I can't quite read your name. I'm in a chat that's converting a chat. I don't think it's taking all the words, so I'm going to call you Mr. Tran. Thanks for saying. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, Mr. Massive. Oh yeah, I'm getting so sleepy now. It is probably soon time for bed. I just wanted to give it like... So this one's got like lots of strands. Lots of sheavy bits that are sort of waving in the wind and being all awesome and stuff, but also coming forward over the shoulders as well as back. Hello, thank you for the follow. Hey Ludens, what's up, dude? I'm a big fan. I've been watching your videos for a long time, and you went missing for a long time. I did. I was making content for other YouTube channels. Having a lovely break. I was mostly streaming here, but yeah, I go in and out for sure. Oh no, am I on a... Oh. Jesus and Joseph. Should we try that again? In the correct layer. Is figure drawing design and invention by Michael Hampton useful for learning anatomy and figure drawing? Shiny Opie, that's where I learned a lot of mine. I learned from lots of sources, but in terms of like breaking the body groups down, I recommend it. A lot of people will tell you that they recommend, I think it's Anatomy for 3D artists. And I have that book. It's like sculpting and 3D sculpting and anatomy for artists, which also breaks down the groups, and that is a useful reference book, but that is not a useful learning book. So that Michael Hampton one is still my go-to. Yeah, Yeah. You have to read what he's saying though, don't just copy the pictures. And copy the pictures. Cutesy Wolfie wants to get into it. I knew every part that was coming. Oh, yo! Your Star Wars trilogy. Han putting Luke in the Tauntaun, Lando betraying Han, Vader being Luke's dad. I still had a powerful impact when those scenes came up. Yeah, Kid Ludens. The Empire Strikes Back is still widely regarded as the best Star Wars movie of all time. Empire is gold. Oh, I'm really glad you enjoyed it, dudes. Yeah, man. Chicks dig Empire. Also, thank you very much for the follow. Hello there. There's too much big is great, but too big is too big. Yes. Yes. Okay. Oh, wow, I'm really getting wild with this one's hair. Probably for the best. Break up those silhouettes. Never mind. No, Issei, try again, try again. No, like, big is good. But this is kind of too big. Oh, I see. Are you saying this character's too big as in too thick? Or are you saying that this character is too big as in too busty? Too big for what I think of with elf fantasy. Got it, yeah. No, that's fine. Oh, that's fine. No, you can say that. Like, it's like, how do you imagine your elves, right? Because I think the majority of my thinking of elves comes from Lord of the Rings. So I imagine them as kind of tall and kind of ethereal and somehow tuned into magic. So I don't, like, in terms of like the way that I used to think of elves, is I never really thought of them as like, you know, exotically busty or anything like that. More stately and magical. Slim willows of the forest and all that sort of stuff. But very specifically, there is a in-universe reason why all of these particular elves are so generous. So not all the elves that I'm drawing in this universe are all packing like this. These are very particularly the 5 elves that are the heads of like the kind of the order that communes with the Great Crystal. There's basically great crystal energy going on. And these 5 that vibe with the crystal store magical crystal energy. And it swells their personalities as a result. So these guys, yeah, they've had a very generous time of it. But the rest of the elves in general are more, you know, just a more varied body type. Mostly more what you might consider more slight traditional elf styles. So no, your argument is valid, and your argument is valid even in the universe of what I'm drawing, because I'm literally drawing the 5 bustiest elves in this particular city as part of this particular universe. So yeah, this is quite a lot. I've been very generous for sure. What's inspired the style? So they have they have your traditional, very sheer see-through priestess robes sort of thing, but they also need some slightly more covering versions. So it's just a case of find a really simple visual consistency and then play with that consistency. So the consistency is they've got white leggings and they've got white sleeves, and then it might hang from a different area, but they've got a somewhat opaque, somewhat sheer draping veil thing.
Got the right idea.
So the leader's got like a princess cut. I've given her bare shoulders, like a Tudor Edwardian, like, you know, medieval princess outfit look. Obviously generous because crystal energy, and I've let that fold over and drape. This one's not even part of them anymore, but she's one of my OCs who was there. So hers drapes from the hips, but I've got some big shape language that comes out the hair anyway, so it balances. Again, arms and legs. Blue accent highlights. Again, arms and legs. Hers drapes off of what's kind of going on with her arms and sleeves, but she's got like these kind of winged accented bits. So I want it to feel like they are very much like priestessy maiden types, i.e. lots of white, maybe some highlights of gold. And I want it to feel like the 5 of them all belong to the same order, whilst each one being unique. So if 5 of them stand in a room, they look like they belong together. But also, I want to give them all different profiles. I want to give them clearly different silhouette language, so that you can tell them apart very easily. Because now, I hate to sounding like I'm giving out white hate here or anything, but like I'm drawing 5 blonde busty elf ladies, so I have to work very hard to make sure they don't all look the same. Mikey, are you saying all white women look the same? Yes. No, of course not, So that's what I'm thinking about with like these designs and stuff. The muscle mummies going to be a different race. The barbarian types, they are from the mountain clans and they're not elves. They are descended from the giants, those ones, the barbarian ladies. Coulda, shoulda, Mikey. Oh, is it from a game? Oh no, these are from my own universe. So these are the 5 wisdoms of Elvenheim. I was boring you guys earlier. I was trying to draw a map and explain what was going on and how the city worked. But don't worry about it. When I eventually get the start drawing the panels, I will hopefully explain it in a way that doesn't suck you out of the story. Or hopefully it will all just be information that you reach organically. But hey, thank you very much for the follows, guys. I hope you're having a lovely evening and happy weekend. Please excuse me, I'm coming to the end of my night. I'm a little bit tired. Running out of steam. But we're just working on a 4th one. And her hair's a little bit... I don't know if I want it this messy, but I definitely want it very ribbony and very flowy. Again, just so that it's unique compared to the other haircuts.
This guy's got the right idea.
Soul suckers out the story. Curious if you had real life reference. So Blues, I don't have like any references in front of me, but I am like trying to think up, as well as the consistencies I mentioned. I'm certainly like, you know, where do you see priestesses looking like this in old stuff? It's those old Hercules films, right? This could be like a Greek temple where they're all like worshipping Aphrodite with those stop motion skeletons. So something like that. I'd say somewhere where it's nice and warm, so that all the priestesses are wearing white flowing robes. So I'm going to say Greek temples for now. Unless anybody has any better ideas, is where I'd say the themage. King Bud, thank you. For a graphic novel, not quite. More of a short web published series of mangas. No, graphic novel's too serious. Too serious for the likes of me. I'll make all of this bit of hair come out on front. Just so that we're mixing it up. I've completed my job and clipped Mikey saying something sus. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Anyway, Kid Ludens, what was your favourite part of Empire, if you're still here? I appreciate the insight into where your head is at when making these. They look great so far. Oh, thank you very much, dude. Will you watch Data Live? I'm not familiar with that one. I've heard of it, but I don't know it. Do you recommend it? I've recently just finished watching Frieden. Somebody has recently told me that although I thought I'd watched all of the last Demon Slayer chapter, or story arc, apparently I've, like, not actually seen the last episode or something. Because I was like, yeah, they're all in a village. And then the hot one kills all the goldfish. And then the one without a memory remembers stuff through the power of being nice. Because he talked to Tanjiro. And then they all get... Tanjiro gets to see where the village is. And then they all wave him goodbye. And then Ayatollah's just like... And I'm like, that's it. And he's like, okay, no, you've not seen the ending. I was like, oh, what? So I need to rewatch that. But then I'm open to suggestions. I also need to get back on JoJo. So it's about time to start another JoJo chapter. I did really well watching the others. I was very proud of myself. I'm very good at clipping. You are pretty good. Okay, I'm going to come back to that clip later, dude. Actually, no, let's check it out now. I'm drawing 5 blonde, busty elf ladies, so I have to work very hard to make sure they don't all look the same. Mikey, are you saying all white women look the same? Yeah. I'm drawing... whenever you clip something, you clip right to the edge, and it cuts off. It always cuts off the last word, and it makes it sound like a perfectly timed scream. Thank you. Studio David has been doing Urusei Yatsura remake. It's a great anime. Alright, one sec. Data Live and Urusei... Urusei, that's like shut up, right? Shut up Yatsura. Alright, one sec. I'll stick you both in my notepad file. Remake, I don't even know the original. I heard that there is a new live action... Oh shit, Does anybody remember the anime where the aliens are coming down and the aliens land in your head and they kill you and they replace your head and then they're in control of your body and the alien lands in a guy's hand and instead they become like symbiotic? And then Parasite. I heard, so Parasite the Maxim got, I think it got a live action. So I don't think there's an anime, but I heard that they've made another live action sequel. So I don't know if it's like original content or if it still follows a manga. There's a lot of waifus with great designs. Yes, keep talking. And great story. Hey, Dark Lurker. Okay, sounds good, man. Thank you. Suggestions are always welcome. Yoda rummaging through Luke's shit was hysterical. Kid Ludens, that's so good. I love that so much. Because you see that a lot in like, where somebody who's powerful or competent has a very small amount of time to judge the personal qualities of the other person, of the kid. So Yoda just immediately goes out of his way to be like, like it's actually the cutest thing in the world, but Yoda basically tries to be bumbling and annoying simply to judge Luke, to see how he reacts and how he responds. And it reminds me of, because Tony Stark does that to Spider-Man in Captain America Civil War. When he goes and like starts vetting Peter, Tony's like, he's taking a piss out of all his junk and he's just throwing stuff around. And he's being like kind of annoying about it and rummaging through Peter's things to see how he responds to someone being annoying, if that makes sense. As well as then having to vet his personal motivations to see if he's worthy. So yeah. Not mine. Yeah. Yoda's, mate, that's prime. That's such good Yoda. Yeah. It is Parasite. Oh, they've made it. Oh, it's a Korean live action. Oh, is it trash? Oh, damn. I watched, so again, I've not read the manga, but I watched Alice in Neverland for live action for that. The first 2 seasons. I quite enjoyed that. Because it was like none of it was ever truly brilliant, but it was always just good enough because you had the mystery of what on earth is going on as of a high level. But every episode you had the also mystery of how are they actually going to solve the puzzle. So you had like a short term thing to keep you interested, and then the kind of overarching long-term stuff. It's well balanced. Colourful characters. Parasite Max, it has an anime. Yeah, King Blood. I've seen the first anime, but not from one for whatever live action one they've done now. It's like forcing your date to use slow internet to really see who they are. That's it, man. You never really know someone till you've kind of like been with them in a stressful situation or see how they act under pressure. You want to see how they treat other people. Especially people who don't have a use for, or like in the service industry. Then you want to see how they act under slow internet. Sure. Was not make one great? Fucking love that guy. I'm looking for a great warrior. You can do good Yoda. Ah, mate, I wish. Snow Rips heated some food. You're gonna watch Vermeil and Gold? Oh yeah, I think that's another one Ayatollah might have told me about. Enjoy, man. Being rude to service people is verboten, yeah. That's one of those ones that's so interesting because, like, I don't know if it's like a mixture of social, not actual anxiety, but the social anxiousness that comes with proactively not wanting to be an arsehole. So, like, you know, it's like, how to put it, but like, I feel like I would have to go out of my way, other than being like really stressed out about something and not paying attention. I feel like I would have to actually go out of my way to be rude to someone who's serving me. And then you realize there are people who are just like, it's just normal to them. And you're just like, what is going on? Like, what is happening in your world? What kind of universe are you experiencing compared to the one that I'm perceiving? Shido meets Toka, a spirit who destroyed the Earth 30 years ago. To prevent another catastrophe, he must romance her to seal her unstable powers. Wait, oh, it says it. Wait a minute. It says, is it one of these? Are you recommending one of these anime? I don't know about that. I can't be rude to someone who's doing customer service to me. Well, yeah, I remember what it's like working in customer services. So this might sound a little bit like unnecessarily proactively being a sucker, but I do kind of mean it. And that is, well, one sec. Oh, okay, thought I had to change the synth. But as long as I'm getting my product, as long as the food that I've bought to the table, or the item that I've bought is being beeped and scanned and put in a bag, I don't actually mind vaguely bad service. I don't expect great service in that situation. If I'm going up to a counter at a supermarket or a shop and the person there looks like they want to be anywhere else and they don't make eye contact and they don't smile, they just pick up my thing and scan it and put it in a bag, I'm happy with that. Because I remember what that's like. I remember being stuck at a till for like 7.5 out of 8 hour long shifts and actually wishing the whole place would like spontaneously combust. As long as you're not actively rude, I don't mind. At a restaurant, I expect better service than that. At like a restaurant, at a shop, you really don't have to go the extra mile for me. Like, I get it, man. I remember, don't worry about it. If you like give me chat at a shop, bonus points. It's like trying to do an evil Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, noping out because it feels so wrong. Yeah, Bill, I remember when I tried playing Cyberpunk and I was going to be an evil corpo. And I was like, all my decision trees are going to be specifically evil. And then I felt really bad. I felt really guilty. I'd stop. I have no mouth and I must have wooga. Wolf of the Iron Lord, fuck off. How dare you? Right, my social anxiety makes me shake whenever I work behind a cashier. Really? Being on your feet for that long, as is required in many places, is terrible. Yeah, it honestly drains the life out of you. Which drawing software do you think on Android is the best? Mr. Tran, I'm afraid I'm not familiar with using drawing software on Android tablets. However, I think you're going to have to check with somebody who knows what they're talking about. But I think Krita is on a tablet. I think it's free, and I think that's the one that's got that brush I really like. So I'd definitely say try Krita. See how you find it. Which one of these layers is... oh yeah, here we are. Let's just vibe with this for a bit. One of these arms needs to move. I could cross them. Not like cross, but like a little bit together. Come together, just a little bit. Clip Studio is best on PC. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, Issei uses Ibis Paint on Android. Blender is cheaper than Practical Effects. HAL 9000 is the best robot. I don't know, Joseph. R2D2 best Android. Okay, Kid Ludens, are you saying Android in order to start an argument about correct robot terminology? I like R4D5. That's the robot that goes kaputs, I think. But one that nearly gets sold instead of R2D2 in the first film. Ah, this droid is broken. Whiny Luke. Clip Studio, I've been told, is not good on smart devices because of keyboard expectations. Oh yeah, you've got Xiaomi stuff. Xiaomi. How are you finding it? Dr. Emmerich from Metal Gear is called HAL because of 2001 Space Odyssey. So even though I've mentioned it's a really depressing audiobook, I have actually got The Shining now. I intend to watch it soon. Talking about Stanley Kubrick movies. Man, Kid Ludens, you've been hard educating yourself recently, haven't you? You've gone deep cinephile. Deeper. Okay, it kind of looks like she's covering her privates for some reason. I wasn't going for that. I'm just thinking about the size of her hands. In fact, it's almost like she's drawing attention to it with a two-hand combo. Let's have one hand wrap around the wrist. That's probably a bit more normal. Come away from that a little bit. Untuck those fingers. Don't want to give off a wrong message. Barely better, but slightly better. Alright, now I've got loads of hair gaps to fill in. We need something like Clip Studio Air. That would be amazing. R2-D2 isn't an android, since he's not humanoid. King Art. That's exactly what I was thinking. But I didn't know if I was getting lured into that conversation or not. The only droid that can use the Force. It drew the Force into itself to blow out its motivator, so that R2 would go with C-3PO. Spirit! Did you? So I've heard that. I don't know how much I buy into it, but I have heard of that. I don't know where that's from. I'm assuming it's like a Star Wars comic or a fan fiction. But I have heard that R2-D2 secretly communicated. Now finally we're getting to the good stuff. I have heard that R2-D2 secretly communicated with whatever, R5-D4 or whatever, and said that he was on a mission to save the universe, and it was vitally important that he went instead, and that the droid proactively sacrificed himself. It's so terribly like top 10 things that maybe you didn't have to write and nobody wanted to know about, which summarizes a lot of extra third-party Star Wars lore. Top 10 things you didn't know about Darth Vader's helmet. No, mate. Top 8 times Darth Vader fought a Sith Lord that made him cry. What are you talking about? Stop making these. But it does put a smile on my face. Lindbergh Moore. Hey Lindbergh, how you doing, dude? Yeah. So sorry if it seems like it's taken me a while to catch your comments on Facebook or YouTube. I'm just chilling out here on Twitch. But I've got like one of those multi-streaming accounts now. So every now and then, most of my art streams are on Twitch because I get to play my own music. But every now and then, I want to try to make sure that we're doing like a multi-stream. So maybe like once a week, I'll try to make sure at least one of the art streams is a cross-platform. But I hope life is good, dude. Because I keep curling all this hair in, I've created a really weird choppy profile. I don't dislike it, but it wasn't what I had in mind. It's because I've moved the arms up and in. Do you like the South Park episode where Randy takes over a blockbuster and turns into Jack Nicholson from The Shining? I don't remember that one, but Randy is one of my favorite characters from South Park. I haven't... So are they still making that? Like, actually still making that today? I stopped watching South Park relatively early on, as in season, and I'm guessing here, but I think I stopped watching South Park around about maybe season 6, as in, very specifically, because I remember not being ready for it, I stopped watching South Park when they did the episode which was Mrs. Garrett's sex change. Because with no warning whatsoever, they cut to live surgical footage of someone's sack getting opened up. And I'm just like, whoa! And then they snip the balls. And it just keeps cutting to actual live surgical footage. And like, I remember smoking an e-cigarette. I remember being a young lad, hotboxing my mate's room with e-cigarettes, and I was just like, ooh! And like, it like just really sat with me. I was just like, oh, and honestly, I was just like, oh, I don't think I want to watch anymore. Dronax over on Kick, hey dude. Welcome. I want to read 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. But I might give submarine stories a break for a little while. Oh, would you say a lot of Star Wars narratives are submarine stories? Or is that your way of telling me that you've recently watched Das Boot, the 3-hour version? With Jürgen Prochnow. There's a mini comic. So I've heard also that there is a comic where there is an evil, like obviously they've got different names, but basically everybody knows IG-88, that was in Star Wars for a split second and then became one of the main bad guys in the N64 game Shadows of the Empire, and then got its lore expanded to there being a few of them, and one of them actually took over the AI of the second Death Star just before it got blown up and stuff. And then you've got the IG something somethings in the other Star Wars Disney show. But there is a evil C-3PO and an evil R2-D2. And they look like C-3PO and R2, but they're black. And they're mass murderers or something. Hey, Izzy, how you doing? I can mod from my phone now. Who wants to be banned? Oh, please, Izzy, set me free. Set me free, you little Satan. Hey, Dranza, welcome on in. So, guys, hope you're all doing well. Sorry if I missed anything. I'm looking at a great big multi-chat that's got all my different platforms. Also, I'm super tired now because I've been going for a while and I'm going to get a little bit sleepy. But I hope you're all doing beautifully well. Izzy, you gorgeous thing. Yo, Izzy. Okay, yeah, Izzy. Yeah, we can do that, dude. We can do that. If you're vibing for a week, that's literally gonna... It's gonna take us a day in one direction, a day in another. But I'm totally down. We'll have to... we'll book somewhere up. Oh, it's a bit like one of those what-if stories. Draw some googly eyes. There's so many bangers on South Park. The old episodes have nothing on the ones after. Wait, the old ones get even better? Sorry, the newer ones get even better? I kind of assumed it would be like The Simpsons. And it's just like, you know, they're still making them, but... I don't remember that at all. You've just unlocked memories I don't want. Yeah, I do apologize, but like... I don't even know, like, if that's on a streaming service, I don't even know if that scene is still in there. It would not surprise me if they cut it or it got censored. But I remember that being broadcast. And, yeah. No channels you had showed South Park. Ah, yes, the Hunt for Red October, yes. It is about submarines. Can I interest you in a shish kebab? It's a silent running submarine. Ah, my shoelaces are untied. Alright, Sean, I get it. Yes. So there's the Hunt for Red October. What is the name of the other submarine film? Where it's really... So the Hunt for Red October is where I'm bringing a submarine so I can go live in Montana. There is another very similar submarine movie which involves also sending a submarine up and down a trench. But it's got like a different submarine to submarine fight on it. Wait, am I just thinking of a different version of The Hunt for Red October? It's got the guy who plays the Baron. It's got Stellan Skarsgård playing a Russian submarine captain. Is that also the same movie? That's canonical now. No. It's only a placeholder. We're not going full canny. Anyway, I want to give us some fairly roby robes. I'm thinking like a cheeky little... Either a meet in the middle, like give her a meet where it clasps, or give her a crossbody. So you know what, let's turn this back on. With Gene Hackman and Denzel Washington, I want to say yes. Maybe. Crimson Tide. Are you streaming on Twitch and YouTube? Yeah, it's a... So, if it sounds like I'm talking to lots of other people you can't see, I'm talking to everyone from all the different things. So I'm also on Twitch. Twitch.tv/MikeyMegaMega. Come hang out. The Enemy Below. Crimson Tide. One sec. Okay, I don't think it's Crimson Tide because I think Crimson Tide is the one where Gene Hackman really wants to set off a nuclear missile, and Denzel Washington really wants them to double check that they're definitely supposed to set off a nuclear missile. Does that sound right? Like, I think Crimson Tide is where they only get half of the command to start World War III or something. And what was the other one? The Enemy Below. The Enemy Below, mate. That's when you think with your ding dong, and then after a while you're just like, oh man, I need to. What am I doing? No, I think this is a little bit. Gosh, look at Kid Luden's coming in vintage. No, mate, not that. Maybe it is Crimson Tide. Crimson Tide looks like it was made about the right time that I'm thinking of. Is it the Meg? No, it's not the Meg. Red October gave me an idea for a submarine game. I'm going to make a little prototype. Okay, but if it's literally called submarines... Oh, no, battleships. Now, the problem with the wide crisscross is that I've kept her very loosely out to the side. I've not packed her business tight together. Come on, so I've got like my little priestess maiden elf folder. Let's have a quick look in there. I just want something that's much more just traditionally roby. Rubes. Remember the hang down look we're doing for a different character. Ooh, I could get a bit swimsuity with the lower half. Right. Probably still want to bring the boobs a bit closer together, but something's kind of like pulling it tight. Get it to hug tight over the hips. Can we split into like a freeway where it's like and then separately a bit at the rear? Slightly daggered sleeves. Oh, should I connect these two? So it's like a chain going down the middle of her body. I still think I want to make these two bits cross over early, just because Victoria on the left already has a basic sweep over. Yeah, it feels a bit more roby. It's a big elf. Thank you. I'm off. Taman says, give her balls. We're going to get me a new mattress. I'm not sure if I'm saying his name correctly. Taman or Timon. Yo, send him my best. Tell him I say hello. K19 the Widowmaker. Ooh, Skigs! Yo, Izzy, have a lovely day. Yes! Skiggles! Go get yourself a can of Coke, mate. I think this is the one, because in the end, it turns out the cook, right? The cook is there's something about the cook. Right? Yeah, is this the one? Is this the one? I don't know. I'm trying to have a look at the summary on Wikipedia. Oh, I don't know if that's the one. Yeah, maybe. Timing. Got it. Yo, take care, guys. Big elf. Oh, Skarsgård was also Hunt for Red October. Oh, I was thinking of the same film. That was my boy Stilsey, was it? Oh no, too much of his hair is in front. Gonna bail on that. Stick that behind the arm, after all. Okay, it's all a bit messy, so let's just dupe it and flatten it. I see you like to draw up high more. I do tend towards curvy ladies, for sure. Make her have black thigh highs. Oh, I can't. I can. So the thing is, mixing black undergarments with white on top is really popping. But that's more for priestesses of a different clan or race. These particular high elves are all whites and blues. I do want to give them some more blacks, but that will be for more of their, like, when they, so this is like their presentable priestess maiden looks. Mikey, they're not maidens. So this is their medium kind of vibe, where they're wearing clothes where they're clearly the maidens. When they're actually doing the praying stuff, they're barely wearing anything. It's very sheer minimum robage. But when they're actually out and about or in battle, it might be that they've got slightly more robust clothing, so then I would mix up some blacks. But not for their current setup. Yeah, sticking to a white theme, mate. Did I hear someone say to give the elf ladyballs no food, please? No. Give her tight shorts. Oh, I'm glad we're all working on this together. This is a group project. Do you have any good rump tutorials? I think I do have some about torsos, backs, and bums. Yes, Chaos Stark, I do actually. Specifically on YouTube, I think I do have a tutorials for some nice rumps. The secret is basically, dude, curve it in more at the bottom than the top. Your, what do you call this guy? That diminishing returns rectangle thing that describes a curving shape. Golden ratio, there you go. That's why I'm running out of brain sugar. I'm very tired.
Just heathing.
Bikini armor. What is the Bikini Atoll? Is that a group of islands? Also, thank you for the follow. I think I need to go to bed. Let's just erase and clean up a few bits, but I'm gonna crash out, I reckon. Running out of steam. Getting all sleepy I am. Just got a lot of construction in here, so let's just ease up on some of it. All of that stuff's kind of sheer though, so we'll still see all the hair behind it. Yeah, getting EP. Mikey, is all of your tutorials on YouTube, or do you post guides for more explicit content elsewhere? Ethereus, I've had a lot of requests for more explicit content. And I will be getting to it, but I do not have it as of yet. Everything that I do, I wanted to share for free because I just want you guys to give drawing a go because I like it. But it has been requested a lot more for paid or, you know, behind a paywall kind of content. It doesn't exist yet. It will do in the future. The problem is that although I'm very happy to make spicy content, I say this all the time, but it's always worth repeating. Like, I want everyone to give drawing a go, right? So I'm not afraid to keep it spicy to draw people in. Ooh, boobies. Oh, hey, I do like drawing. Ha, he got me. But I also don't overtly want to be like, cocks and balls tutorial. Yo, big dripping nipples. Tutorial. Hot glue all night long. Because, a lot of people don't want to have anything to do with adult, like, they just want to draw. I just want to learn to draw characters. And, like, if it's all tits and ass, they're just going to be like, oh, I'm a bit turned off by this. So I want to, like, you know, I want to ride that line. Come on, yeah. You like boobs? Actually, learn to draw instead. So yeah, I'll probably keep that more for, like, Patreon stuff than public. But we'll get there eventually, for sure. Gushing over magical girls. Is that the real name of a real anime that exists? Talking about gushing, Dizzy Yeen, how you doing? Dropping a gifto, landing on King Slimy Apple. Dizzy, thank you so much. How are you? Give the next elf a big forehead. She has a bit of forehead, the next one, Trey. The next one is the shorty, the short stack. This one on the left. Oh, her forehead's not that big, but we've given her a little dangly. It's gonna take a while, we'll get around to it. That anime is crazy. Is it really good? I'm enjoying a Pokeball. Is that a instant noodle hot pot bowl of something? Is that like ramen? You can make a YouTube channel just for not safe for work. No, you could not. YouTube is very specifically not a good platform for not safe for work content. That would be a actual nightmare. Dizzy, how is what? Tell me about your day other than this mystery bowl of something that you've just made up. I'm going to make up a food product to confuse Mikey when he's tired. Oh, I got a Pokeball. Yeah, of course you have, love. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure thing, sweetie. Good for you, good for you. Tutorials are handy now. Oh, thank you. It's kind of reversed. I'm into the bits, but as time goes on, I'm more into character drawing in general. Less lewd than before. Yeah, I think, like, so this is the thing, is like, you know, human beings are hardwired for saucy. So I think slightly curvy design, I wouldn't even say anything more than just lewd, but slightly lewd design work, it grabs people's attention. And I like it. Like, it's a taste thing. Like, you can make some really hardcore content if you want to. But, like, I like to keep it a little bit, in terms of, like, public content of it, I like to keep a fair bit more reserved than that, personally. Just to create a space and an online environment where more people are happy to hang out without things getting really extreme. Like, as you might have noticed, I'm not really like an edgelord content creator. There's plenty of not safe for work artists who stream or do stuff online, and everything's, you know, really edgy and very adult, and that's all cool because it works for them. But I think just lewd and relaxed is how I describe my vibe. A bit more low energy. Lewd and chill. Happy for the TNA, I just don't need it, like, to be the front and center of every single stream I do. I'll send you this one on Discord. The day has been good. Working on some more art for a convention I'm attending. Oh yeah. Pornhub Awards. That's my Discord. Let's open this up. Ma'am, those look heavy. I shall carry them. Wait, so what was it called? Gushing over magical girls? Do I have to log in and be over 18 to watch this one? I'm going to write it in my notepad file. I'll turn my VPN on before I Google search that. Oh, it is a... Oh, it does look like a... Oh, wait, is this really healthy? Is that sliced mushrooms? That looks quite nice. I hope that's on a bed of rice or something. Very nice, thank you. Okay. Okay. You're very calming to watch. Oh wow, thank you. You inspired me to draw more lewd, but my parents hate it. I don't want to know, mate. I don't want to know. No ages in chat. We have to say that to keep kids safe. But if you're in a position where you're still having to worry about your parents' concern over the content you're making, I'm terrified to think that you might need to be listening to them. If you're at a point where you have to still be listening to them about that sort of stuff, then you might be at a point in your life where you still need to be paying attention to them. Lewd contents and lewd conversations are for 18 pluses only. Do not tell me your ages in chat. We don't share ages in chat. It's not a good etiquette. Just before anybody's like, ooh, actually, Mikey, I'm 14 and I'd like to talk about our young developing bodies on Discord. No, thank you, no, thank you, no, thank you, no, thank you. Spicy tuna, crab salad, edamame. I recognise the edamame. Crunchy, delicious. Make a reaction vid for gushing. Oh, you're really picking me off now. I'm worried it's going to be like really, really not okay stuff. I'm still technically watching and reacting to Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. So don't expect content anytime soon. All the film stuff I'm doing, still film cram. I'm so sorry. I'm still film cramming instead of reacting on the Megaverse channel. Wait a minute, which one of these strands of hair is? This one's quite a power type. So the pregnant one we gave nice big, like, big eyes. Want something a little bit more, I don't know if cynical's the right term. Yeah, let's go. Shit. Alright, one second. It's gotta go.
Just tea, thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the follows, guys. Ara ara. Yeah, going a little bit more slender on this, yeah. Yeah. What's the weather like in Britain this time of year? Oh, Christopher, what a fantastic question. It is, as I say that with no hint of irony, it is a mixture. We're just coming slowly out of the very blustery part and starting to enter into the bit where you can put a coat on in the morning and you're not sure if you're overdressed by the afternoon. But the blustery part is very blustery, and it has torn the, like, material, that hard-wearing material which is on the roof of my shed. So I've got loads of roof planks on my shed now, so I need to get a new roof put on. Oh, Mikey, fascinating. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, look, Mikey's streaming art. I really hope he tells us whether or not his shed is getting in disrepair. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, I know. Oh, he did. Thank God. Living for the designs, yo Neo. Mikey, you're making me want to draw. Cutesy. What have you been doing this evening then? If not drawing. Damn, is that like a fraction too far apart? Right, let's bring this all down a bit.
Hello there.
Hello there. Get a little stronger with his eyebrows. Balance things out. The ultimate artist killer. Wow, wait, what? Pour one out for the homies. Oh, art block. Was it you who got some new meds? Or was it you who I asked this to before and you were just like, Lamau, what? Living for the designs. Living the dream, mate. Are the elves siblings? Because they look so similar. No. Actually, I'm tempted that this one could, in theory, ever so lightly, maybe be related to this one. I haven't decided yet, but not this one. Whenever I hear that dong, it makes me think of The Undertaker. Yes, new mids. Mirataxaplessa means something super long name. I hope they help with your creative flow or getting your juices going. Like when stuff fucks with, or you've got something going on where your brain's just not producing the chemicals it needs to. I can roadblock your creative process loads. Sucks. Oh cool, I'm drawing this on both sides. Shall I not do that? Get rid of that, shall I? Do you like elves or demon girls more? So I'm actually working on a demon girl called Devil-chan and her friend Succubus-chan. Yet to be given proper names. And I have less experience with demon girls, but I think there's opportunity for all sorts of alternative types of fun. So come back to me again with that question in a month, when I'm back to trying to finalize Devil Chan's details. When they use magic, is it from their body or do they use a staff to help channel magic? So let's just drag this and this. So here's the staff here, vague staff layer. We're going to come back to that later. Basically, dude, up here in the northern continent, there is the Great Crystal. It's like a great crystal island. It's a sacred place, surrounded by a ring of mountains, with an outlet to a holy river that goes to the city of Elvenheim. In the city of Elvenheim, you have the two towers. The royalty on one side, the maidens on the other. They're not maidens, they're priestesses. In the priestess tower, there is a great shard, a giant piece of the Great Crystal. Now, all of the crystal energy kind of mostly comes from the Great Crystal. The great shard in the tower acts as like a conductor. Like, imagine it as a massive power transformer that brings the energy into the city. And then all of these girls have these magically charged crystals on them, where they can perform magic. Some of them have it from rings, some of it from tiaras, some of it from things. But the majority of the crystal energy is actually stored in their boobs, which is why they're all so generous. More generous than I would normally draw most elf ladies. So a lot of it is about tuning in to a source of power. However, the crystals themselves can be used to artifice other weapons. So there is like a good crystal export. They limit the amount that exports out, but it makes the elves very rich, because people always want crystals from the Great Shard. So you do have to be sort of like plugged in to the power source. But if they were cut off from the Great Crystal, they'd still be able to perform a lot of crystal magics. But really, you want to be plugged in. I hate to ask. Oh, why? Mikey, I just hate asking questions. Actually, you don't know what, Mikey? I hate you. I wish I didn't have to communicate with you, Mikey, but I will ask anyway. Okay, Bubster. Is this for a project you're working on? Yes, it is, Bubster. Thanks for asking. I hope it didn't take too much out of you, man. Thanks, Bubster, thanks for being here. Thanks for pushing through the hate. I appreciate it. You found the love. So if they run out of magic, their assets shrink. No, they don't shrink. It's well, basically, it's not like you'd pop one open and a load of crystal goo would start pouring out. But they get bigger because they are stored with mana. And if they use up all of their mana, they're still chesty, but if they then stop eating, they would lose weight. But it's just no, Bubster, I'm just being a dickhead, don't worry. But a lot of them started off maybe with a smaller cup size. Bear in mind that most of them have been here for 300 years, praying to the Great Crystal and charging themselves up with crystal energy and being wise. So it's not like an overnight thing, it's just a slow process that transforms their bodies. Like, the ones that have got, like, really silver platinum blonde hair, I haven't really decided yet, but they might not have started out blonde. But it's just constantly being in the crystal vibe. It's bleached their roots. They need more food than normal elf girls. No. They can get sustained by crystal. So that's the thing, is like, if they're off out and about in a campaign or doing stuff, then yeah, they need to eat. But like when they're vibing with the big crystal, it's like, you know, they're being sustained by magical forces because these elves are like, you know, those elves who are a little bit more in tune with the magic and the land around them. So there's something a tiny bit more, and there's plenty of elves which are more mundane. So like the average elf, you know, needs to farm or pick trees or, you know, grow a crop. So not all of these elves are like super old school Tolkien, but the ones at the top still are. So the royal family line and the ones that are the best mages and stuff still have that kind of ethereal, you know, they're not quite like us kind of vibe about them. But if you gave one a pizza, they would eat the pizza, to be polite. But, you know, they wouldn't have to eat the pizza. Mike, you can't make this serious in the mana crystals, about mana crystals, and make it about big boobs. Yes, I can. Absolutely, absolutely. So they're all able to perform. So each one has a particular speciality, but in a very broad sense, they're all able to perform crystal magic stuff. Which isn't necessarily native, but it's what the high elves have adopted because they're right next to the crystal. And if they didn't have any crystals, and yeah, basically if they've got their staffs or their crystal gems, that essentially acts like an in-tune resonating conduit back to the big crystal at home base. Itself is like a transformer to the giant crystal holy island. So they can bring all of their biggest attacks all the way from home with all of the crystal business they've got on themselves. If they were to go on a campaign. But if they were somehow to lose that magical connection, or all of their crystal stuff was taken from them, they would still be capable of crystal magic due to the mana reserves that are in their bodies. Which essentially would mean they're performing magic in the same way that a human mage or magic user, it's basically somebody without an artificed weapon, would perform their magics. Like it's not as efficient, you're not as good as it because you don't have an item to help you channel it, but you can still do it. Like I can put up an IKEA piece of furniture with a screwdriver. I'd rather some power tools because I'll get it done a bit quicker and better with power tools. But I can do it with a screwdriver. Mikey, actually it's Allen keys these days. Do they have weapons? So you guys are asking all the right questions. So, although we haven't designed it yet, one of them does have a staff that's like a big pole with a bit of crystal in it. But essentially the weapon's a bit like Lords of the Ringsy. They don't have to be overly showy. So one of them's got it from like a crystal ring, one of them's got a crystal tiara, one of them's got crystal shoulder bits, one of them's got like a big crystal brooch. But like they can do like, so none of this is thought through, by the way. So just for a very quick bit of shorthand, if you've played Elden Ring, just think of all the glintstone stuff. They can basically do glintstone attacks, but we call it crystal energy attacks. So you can summon big crystal bows and big crystal shields. It's like that girl who can sense rain from grabbing her boobs. What is that? Oh, that's in Mean Girls, is it? You can, have you ever broken a bone? Now, I don't recommend it. But, where the bone has mended, for, like, a few... And I'm not even kidding, for a few years after that bone has mended, it will feel funny if it's going to start raining. I thought that was an old man thing, and then I broke my collarbone. And it genuinely, I could feel that it would be about to rain in my collarbone. It was so weird. But it went away after a while. I can't do that anymore. I've broken my fingers a few times. Have they ever felt really weirdly achy when it's raining? I don't want to bring up any bad memories. Like, Mikey, will you return to Genshin? I think I will. There's many waifus and plenty of other things I want to do. I've just recently stepped away from Nikkei. So I will need to have that waifu slot filled up in my life. So yeah, I might slip back into Genshin. It's been a long old time though. I must have loads of primogems available. Good old G-Dog. In my head, I think they have magic naturally, but they use their jewellery on their bodies to channel it better. The more special the jewel, the type of staff, the less time to use it. So here's the thing. Now, I don't want to give too much away from the Dojin. This is the thing. But, like, in a very general sense, yeah, the elves are very in tune with magic and the land, naturally. And they're naturally going to be better at using magic than humans and stuff. And in a very traditional sense, yeah, they can build up magic and store mana in their bodies. But the Great Crystal is like an external power source that they've realized vibing with the crystal stuff is like just a massive bonus that makes them an even more powerful nation. So on the other continents, there's still very traditional elves who are following the Great Plan, and they're still vibing in the forest, and they're still talking to trees and eating mushrooms, and they're performing traditional elven magics of the land. But the High Elves, their whole society has grown around and changed and developed differently from the more natural organic elves because of their proximity to the Great Crystal, and they've sort of deified the Holy Island where it sits. And in return, they get to play with an external power source that vibes it a bit differently. So what you've said about mana in their bodies and stuff, yeah, they're not excluded from that. But they're specifically like playing with some different stuff here that's affected the entire geopolitical climate. But I try not to say geopolitical too much when I'm talking about world building. People's eyes start to glaze over and they're just like, oh no. If he's going to draw another map, I'm going to leave the stream. So I'm just like, don't worry about it. Oh man, you guys are asking great questions, huh? Mikey, can you give me tips? I did my very best to remain mature and not say tip my dick. My account on DeviantArt is at 24 hours, but I can't submit my artwork. I've learned a lot from your work. Oh, hey, thank you for saying, Kenneth. And I'm posting art. You can't submit your honestly, I don't know, dude. I have a DeviantArt and an ArtStation account so that nobody else can take my username. But I don't use them, man. They, I just wasn't down for really promoting them. I'm really sorry, Kenneth. I'm not down with the ins and outs. Do they have like an in-website web chat help or anything? Oh, I'll tell you what, Kenneth, follow them on Twitter. That's usually a useful way with any company. Follow their Twitter account and see if you can't at them. Where will you post your dojin? Oh, that's TBC, mate. To be confirmed. It really... So this one in particular is part of a story that I do want to tell. So this will be available. And what will happen is basically like people who are my patrons on Patreon at some of the higher tiers, they get it automatically. As for everyone else, I'll probably put it behind like some kind of paywall. So like you'll have to be subbed on Twitch or something like that. By the way, this isn't me telling people to subscribe right now because this won't be out for a really long time. So don't worry about it. But yeah, I'll probably like make it just available to my proper homies. I did a test run of another doujin. I made a Naruto doujin, a really short one. 4-page bad boy. And the way I delivered that is I made it really limited edition just for my higher tier patrons and people who had subbed to me on Kick at the time. And it was like a one-off thing. So like you were either there on Patreon at the time or you were subbed to me on Kick at the time. And then I never released it again. So I do like making limited run stuff. But this particular one I will make properly available. You'll just have to do something to get it, which usually involves paying me. So it'll be like, it's always available to people who sub on this tier or something. Maybe. But don't worry, I will shout about it when it's ready. It just won't be ready for ages. We're still designing stuff at the moment. And I have a rough idea of the plot of the first chapter, but it's not all going to be done in one volume. Thanks for the reply, didn't expect it. Lovely work. Fancied you draw on your sketchpad. But when you changed to digital art, I tried digital art. Yo, Kenneth, okay. Wow. That makes you old school, Kenneth. Hey, thank you very much for following along, man. Yo, best wishes with your own creative journey. Yeah, we got some old schoolers in here. Alright, I see you. Right, I think it's time for my bedtime. We're getting there. You guys have an idea of what kind of character design we got going on. But we've got just enough of the basics in where you can kind of go, yeah, I sort of see what type of elf this is. So, give her a little smile there. Yeah, she's very Sephiroth-y, this one. Oh, it's for to safe. There is a part of me that wants to take her front hanging bits, and I'm not talking about her boobs, I mean her hairline, and like just make it feel a bit more priestessy by like putting them in those kind of tube things, but not the hair. The problem is that feels a bit too neat for the overall, because I wanted to give her way more kind of like out there wildy hair. I just think that's this particular design edition just won't add to this particular character's consistency. String MP5, how you doing, man? Welcome. How's life on Kick, dude?
Got the right idea.
Hello, thank you for the follow. Hey Nanipion, how you doing? Mempai, thanks for following. How long will it take you to create a doujin? Chaos Stark, it won't be done for a really long time, honestly. Like, it's not even like the first chapter will be a relatively short doujin. I'm talking like, because I find it very difficult to do. It's not my strong point. So the first adventure would be like, well, basically, there's a prequel which involves my OCs and Victoria. So that's this one here, along with her particular assistant acolyte, who's... I'll show you a picture. Where's Danny? And so that prequel little prologue thing will probably just be 4 or 5 pages. But then the first actual Elvenheim chapter, like, in terms of actually making something that I will physically get done this year, it might just be like maybe 10 pages. I'm sure it'll probably end up longer, but again, I'm a real slow worker. And like, this isn't the only thing so this is like my little side hobby, but I still have to make. So I get asked this question before on Patreon. People are like, Mikey, sometimes when I sign up to other people's Patreons, they're producing more stuff in their Patreon packs than you are. I'm disappointed. And I'm like, that's a fair, valid criticism. But the other people you're signing up to on Patreon, are they making their entire career Patreon, or are they also making free drawing tutorials on YouTube and running another YouTube channel where they're doing film editing? I'm quite busy. I give you what I can, but thank you very much for the feedback. So like, I've got to do a whole load of film editing for the Film Cram recaps this year. Oh, and draw the things and play all the video games. I have to work so hard doing all the things I enjoy for a living. Oh, poor Mikey, poor me. I have to play video games and I'm busy watching movies. It's so tough. All right, okay, I'll wind my neck in. But I'll show you Danny and Victoria. So this is them as bunny girls in an unrelated thing. So this one down, so Victoria's got like a little acolyte who helps her in the temple, but her and Danny, which is this brown skinned elf down here, they both leave the Elvenheim universe to join me as my OCs. So these ones always get sent into like other realities to do other things. So we also need to draw Victoria's replacement. But yeah, so it's going to be a little 4-page thing where Victoria leaves, and then the first proper 10-ish page chapter about Elvenheim. Will it be normal or Yuri? Normal or Yuri? Normal or Yuri? Yuri's lesbian, right? They're a little bit lesbian for each other. But, depending on which chapter and what's going on, it's very difficult not to draw sexy elves without drawing some rampaging orcs. That's less said the better. Don't worry about it when the time comes, yeah? Wrong phrasing, like the one you released previous. Wait, Chaos? How long did it take you to create a dojin? Oh, sorry, the last one. Dude, the last one took me an insanely long time because I didn't know what I was doing. It was my first time doing something with a proper narrative, and it was also my first time using Clip Studio Paint. So I got really stressed out by it because I was like, oh man, I was supposed to have done this ages ago. I learned a lot about how to use Clip, but honestly, it took me way longer than it should have. And I was constantly flicking between, am I sketching this in Photoshop and inking it in Clip? Or am I only using Clip for its perspective tools? Like, I did not know what was the best efficient way to use the tools at my disposal for that. Yeah, a really long time. It's a 4-page dojin. In the end, it got where I wanted it to be. But, mate, that was actually quite a headache. So that's why, trying to manage my own expectations, that's why I'm going to aim for 10 pages. Like, I know most dojins and stuff are like 20 pages long. But, I just don't think I'll be able to do that whilst doing other things. I will need to get more practice in with Clip, sure. Hiya! Hello there, Doug. Love me some Yuri. Yeah, I can't say no to a little bit. Good luck, man. Thank you, stream. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, it's my first time trying Kick. Hey, awesome, dude. Yeah, Kick. I remember Kick being really good for the payout for creators. But in the end, I ended up sort of sticking with... I think Kick is great, but I ended up sticking with Twitch because I'm very familiar with it, and I want to do some really cool integrated stuff in the future, but only Twitch can really do. You understand that you are greatly responsible for the fact that many of us took the step to draw in a slightly more elegant and less doodle-like way. Sora! If you, and this goes out to any of you guys, if you are drawing something and you're enjoying it, you have one person to thank, and that is yourself. Well done for getting involved into something creative. Good on you. If I've been of any encouragement for you doing that, then that's also amazing. That makes me feel really good. But no, mate, if you're doing drawings that you're happy about, pat yourself on the back. Good on you. Now the problem is this symbol that I keep drawing, that's vaguely like this, is supposed to be a symbol of the Great Crystal on the Great Crystal Island. So I'm trying to make this, I haven't even finalized this yet, we're still sketching, but I'm trying to make this their motif. So I keep trying to do it in all their gems and bits, but the problem is like, when you're repeating that shape up and down their body line, it's a bit like, meh. So down here, I'm going to try to make this one be maybe more of a heart. Big crystal gem heart. Does anybody remember Heartbeat? An art TV show in England. Oh, actually, maybe I'm... might all be a bit young for that. I've been drawing from the age of 4. Making manga is time consuming, but take your time and make it good. Yeah, yeah. I want to proudly stand behind what I'm doing, especially if I'm doing it because I want to do it. I don't want to start a project. So basically, when you do projects at uni, you have to. And yeah, during the first stage, you're just like, I'm going to make a really good project. I'm really into this. And then once you've got like a few weeks to go by your deadline, you're just like, I don't fucking care. Just get it done. Just get it submitted. I don't want anything to do with this ever again. I want to live my life. So I get that for stuff you have to do, but if I'm choosing to do this, I want to do my best for sure. I want to put my best foot forward, so it might take a while. Hey, thanks for the follow. You're learning animation. Oh, is that why you asked about whether or not it translates well? Oh man. Good luck. That's all I'm going to say. People who animate blow my mind. Good luck to each of them. Sumi and Excalibur Art. Hey guys, I hope life is treating you both well. Happy weekend. Shout out to everyone. It is Friday. You did it. You got through the week. You've made it to the weekend. Long may you reign. Okay, this maybe doesn't look like a heart, but I'm just going to make loads of crystal gem stuff. If in doubt, just keep crystal gemming. Oh my gosh. This is mostly just a thing to tuck in her top, under her chest, under her boobage. So it's not too dire, but... I'm not sure if I like this. I've kind of gone all over the place. I might make this more of a plate. I just made that a bit more solid as a chunk. So it isn't quite so wishy-washy. In fact, I've over-detailed it for what is still a rough thing. Maybe I should zoom out a bit and stop. You can tell I'm getting tired. I'm hyper-focusing in a little zone. There we go. Let's zoom out and relax a bit. Turn off symmetry. There we go. Still working on your story, Chaos? Mikey, do you write your story building down, or are you just making it up and keeping it in your head? So I used to have a dedicated sketchbook back when I was working on that other thing that I sometimes talk about, based on the Tower of Babel. This one, it's a few notes here and there, but it's way more headcanon-y. There's a few, like, every now and then I get inspired, and I'm like, okay, that bit's actually so good, it almost feels like I didn't come up with it. So when I get those moments, I'm just like, I have to write that down, otherwise I'll forget it. But yeah, basically, like, what I really wish I had was a physical book, or I'd put it in my sketchbook. What I do have is a whole load of Photoshop files, where somewhere in all these Photoshop files, one of the layers has a few notes on it. That is not a good way to organize your business. What about you, dude? In terms of you doing your game progression stuff, do you have like a process plan? Where you're like, at this step I have to have all the assets. At this step I have to make sure this interacts with that. At this step I have to have a good UI. At this step, do you know what I mean? Is there like a creation process? You know what I mean, bruv? Hey, Sleepy Mushroom, how you doing? How do you have such smoothness and swiftness with a pencil? I'm jealous. Wow, this guy's very kind. How to make friends with a digital artist. Tell them their gestures are smooth and quick. What I'm doing is I'm squeezing my way, I'm squeezing my way between lines and the eraser tool at the same time. So I'm sort of finding the shape that I want. And then I'm using the eraser tool to just squeeze it down into being sort of refinement to that. Getting things nice and crisp. And then just making my illustration tool a little bit smoother as well. So I'm constantly going out in and out of brush strokes and eraser strokes at very similar times to give me the sort of on-off positive negative thing. I used to do all of my clean line art on a fresh layer on top of everything and just redraw it. And it made doing line art feel like homework. I just wasn't loving it. So I find that I slightly prefer this method where you sort of carve out your clean lines and chop your stuff as you go, for want of a better description. But hey, thanks for saying, man. I write down literally millions of ideas into little notebooks. Oh my god, Kid Ludens, have I shown you my notebooks? So Kid Ludens, I used to be Captain Notebook. I'm sure I've shown you this before. But like back when I was at uni, they made us keep notebooks for everything. And so I just got to carrying really small notebooks because it was more convenient. And the smaller the notebook, the smaller your writing. So I ended up writing like basically like a crazy person. If you, whenever the police raid somebody's house and they find like a load of body parts in jars and a whole load of homemade bomb equipment, there's usually lots of notebooks with really tiny writing. So I ended up writing like that. I was really good at it. I once got stopped at a tube station and the police searched all my stuff as part of an anti-terrorism measure. And it made me late for something with my university course. And I told my tutor why I was late. And they just looked at me and they just went, yeah. Let it flow. Just like the spice, mate. You could use World Anvil. I use that for my D&D stuff. Yeah, so the thing is, roaming paladins, like, by the way, I'm not against it. But at the moment, I'm not at a point where I feel like I want any help for the structure. When I actually start trying to write down the story and how the different storylines of characters meet up, I probably will need something where I can visually make it all happen. But at the moment, all my ideas are flowing. So I'm just riding it. But yeah, in terms of storyline management, because there needs to be at least, in order for it to make sense as to what's happening in this universe, there needs to be at least 2 different storyline arcs happening at different locations that kind of meet up. Mikey, putting all this work. I'm just here for the TNA. Yeah, I know. There's going to be banging in it, but 1% of you might be also reading the text. So I'm going to need you to understand what's happening in this universe. I'm programming the mechanics. So with game dev, we do what's known as grey boxing. That's over 50s, isn't it? They used to do that down at the police station in Tottenham when I lived in London. Seniors boxing. It's basically making the game using literally grey boxes and simple shapes. If you can make a fun game with no art and just grey boxes, then you know the game is solid. Right, so that basically tells you that the core... So in terms of your... Because it might be different, Kid Ludens, but in terms of your core ideology of a good game, it has to have good, fun mechanics. The actual act of playing it and doing the thing has to be fun and or satisfying. So you're a mechanics first game dev. Relate so hard. Same, loads of writing pads. Mikey, you need to do a radio of your Reus drawing. Redo of your Reus drawing. Much better. Reus Gremory. Yeah, that's been a long time ago. Was long ago, wasn't it? Let's take this back on. I'll just give her some curvy bangle things to get her sleeve up. I want to describe the tuck, but it happens about there. Behind the boob. No fryer. No fryer. I'm not even filling in their hands. Why am I, I'm zooming in too much again. Okay, I'm clearly tired because I keep zooming in and refining. And that is not the point of this illustration whatsoever. This is not an illustration for refining stuff. This is big picture only, but I am slipping out of work focus. And I'm just like, yeah, let's start rendering, yeah. Oh, Mikey. You can add great art to any game. The real difference between a good game and a bad game is how fun the gameplay is. I feel you. I think that's great. I'm very much a big believer in that Steve Jobs thing where he was like, you have to start with the experience of the user and work back from that. And I'm also I'm a big fan of anything which talks about the concepts of gamifying people's experiences with stuff. Like, that's the secret to the universe, I swear. And something that I want to look into more for live streaming. But for the moment, I think we'll stop there. As I said, I keep zooming in a bit too much now and getting really sleepy when I should be staying zoomed out. So what we'll do in the next art stream, guys, is either I'll be working on a completely different piece because I need to do some fan art for Patreon, or we'll be back here working on our elves. We have currently done 3 out of 5 in terms of locking down their rough ideas. We've got the pregnant one, we've got Victoria, we've got the leader, and we've got half of the rough line art for the 4th one, and we already know that the 5th one is Little Miss Big Tits. So we don't have to worry about the design, we just have to draw her again. So I don't know, if I do this tomorrow, we might be done by tomorrow night into just locking down their rough sketch flats. Or you'll never see them again, and then I'll randomly pull them out and we'll start drawing them again in like 4 months down the line. So if you guys are on platforms other than Twitch, like Kick and Facebook, and YouTube, thank you very much for hanging out. We're going to cut off there. I'm still going to linger on Twitch a little bit to say goodbye to where most of us are hanging out. And if you are on those other platforms, I'd recommend come hang out on Twitch if you want to. But if you prefer the platforms you're on, that's fine. All of the VODs, all of my art streams do end up on YouTube. All of the live ones are on Twitch. And most of the live ones are also on YouTube and Kick. But sometimes I stream only on Twitch. Just because I get to play different music. I will include my gaming streams on YouTube as well. But basically, thank you very much wherever you are on any platform. It's been a pleasure. Come make sure you're following on whichever platform works for you. And I'll see you for a bit more in the future. So you alternative platforms, take care. Have a good evening. Goodbye, Kick. Goodbye, Facebook. And good night, YouTube. Take care. You guys are